Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The reason I said it twice was because I forgot to say it heading out of the first crossover.
Nice. That's very important to make sure
So
you say
that's not really in the spirit of what a make good.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Again, it's still not quite in the spirit of.
I made good twice.
Mr. Good.
As one who has had to make good many things, doing it one up.
You've had to make. Did you have to make good to one-eyed Pat Driscoll?
Never.
No, he did have to make good once with somebody who offered him baby sun, not suntan lotion, sunscreen for babies. Remember that?
Nope.
What?
John was given sunscreen for babies.
Huh?
I had to make good with a
we were
urologist
outside.
one time.
Oh, yeah. Remember when we did the show from a fast food establishment?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because we made a joke. We made fun of Nick, and the person that we did the remote at thought we were making fun of.
You know, that happens a lot.
How this has become a thing now. We're making fun of Nick. People misinterpret it as making fun of something else.
A tale as old as time. Everybody sees themselves in Nick.
How does that happen?
Yeah.
In fact, I would lump that individual who mistook that event with the same morons that mistook the most recent event.
Apparently, that individual who mistook our comment about Nick 5 years ago made a person who works here cry.
Oh.
Remember your...
Oh, well, yeah, because that's why we had to do the damn thing in the first place.
I didn't think so.
No, she is gone.
Everybody has an impression of that person.
Hi. That's my
See?
impression
There
of it.
it is.
Matt.
I'm
No.
sorry.
No, don't worry. I'll just make you breakfast. It's okay.
You will?
That's another joke.
Good, dude, that was fun.
That went way over your head.
Those people that talked to Michael might have been right about some things. Just kidding, Matt. We all love you in this room.
I have so much power. I'm Mr. Powerful is what they call me. Just so much pull across the office.
Uh-huh. Mike writes, they made Stibbs cry.
It was a terrible scene.
It was a terrible scene.
I never want to see that again.
It made the sky cry really, really hard.
Seriously.
Only for 5 minutes, exactly where we were.
This.
Yes.
Okay, so we were doing a remote.
Yes.
It was late August. It was
What fast food chain were you at? That's the only question I care about.
We were not loving that day.
No, we were not.
You were
loving
at
that day.
McDonald's?
Burger King, actually. So
why can't you tell me where you were at?
we just did.
Oh, okay, cool.
We just did. So we did a remote. It was the last day before the football season, 2021, famous 3-9 Nebraska football season.
Oh, the greatest 3-win football team of all time. People forget.
100 degrees outside. And we
Nice.
find out that week we are doing the show outside. And immediately we attack Nick.
Yes.
Because Nick had been our producer for like 2 months.
Yeah.
And it's like, Nick, you need to stand up for the show. Like, what are you doing? He's like, well, I don't know. And so this person who was listening thought we were making fun of them. And because we were like, oh, we're going to be miserable because it was 100 degrees.
Yeah.
And we were facing the sun.
And
Well, that still becomes a theme of Nick's production when you go to other places, facing the sun.
well, now it's behind us.
Now it's like now
Nick
it's
goes,
that's
where is the sun going to be at right behind
and we
the
want to
show?
put them right in front of it.
Bingo.
That's your lens flare. That's your J.J. Abrams.
Excellent
signature.
reference.
It's my
And
signature.
It's your signature.
And so it
Embrace
was a whole thing. Person called, the salesperson made her cry. And they were like, we're losing all this money. And we're making fun of Nick.
We got yoinked off the air for like early.
You
like
got
10
yoinked?
minutes. Yeah.
You got yoinked?
It was like 5 minutes before we were going to go to break.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah.
came and he's like,
our boss was like, go to break. Go to break. And we were like, what? We
Yeah.
can't see you. You put the dumb things on the window.
I don't think anybody's ever like
He did.
double-handed
Oh, no, he
on
did.
the hips to me ever.
Ask Dibs.
And so I had to go up there and explain everything with the person on the phone and say, no, we were, and so it turned into this whole thing. We ended up doing the show.
And then remember it rained at the end.
Well, but before that, she came out and decided to mock us,
Play a joke.
by, calling us babies because we didn't want to be outside. And it's like,
You
well,
were the baby. You almost canceled this because we made fun of our producer.
right. And
What did you say to Nick?
We said
We were
you're an
just-
idiot.
they were just blaming me because
I said we're going to be miserable.
they had just built this place and they didn't. I was like, hey, where at inside can we go? I'm like, oh no, You're not going to be inside. Like, what? No, you have to be outside. We already told the salesperson that you were working with that you were going to be outside. That was
We
news
still
to me.
don't know why it was so necessary to be outside.
I don't know.
Necessary?
Wouldn't
I don't
you
think
want to
they- I
show
just
off
don't
the
think they-
interior of the new place? Wouldn't that be the
Apparently
point of
not.
the remote?
Apparently not.
Hey guys, look at the window of this new place
I
we're
think
at.
so, there were
The
also
sun's behind it.
they were giving away Husker.
Nick is directing.
They were giving away Husker
Husker
flags that day,
flags.
so I think they wanted us in proximity because it was every
But
show.
they were doing it through the drive-through.
They sure
we
were.
weren't in the drive-through.
You were giving away Husker flags the
No,
day
the-
after they went 3-9.
No, the day
This is
before.
before the season
Yeah.
This
started.
is the Friday before the Saturday week 0 game. And so, yeah, it was and then,
This was leading up to Ireland.
no, this was leading up to the Illinois game,
Yeah.
2021. And so the show is fine. We're a million degrees, but this storm rolls in at the end, and it's like, wow, this sucks. And normally, when we finish, it's like, you know what, Nick, it's your job to put the show away.
Mhm.
See you later. But this storm was coming, and we're like, we got to help. Our boss is there who has a Jeep, and he didn't have the roof on his car that day.
No, he didn't have
And
the top
so
on the
we're-
Jeep.
and I swear to God, it's just pouring all over us.
Yeah.
And we're just like soaked. And
There was hail, a
Yeah.
little bit of hail.
Oh.
We had to hold the tent down.
Yeah.
I don't even know what time we left, probably 6:30. Because it was just, we had to wait.
And then our boss with the GP ended up getting sick because he drove home in that storm and
I
he got hypothermia.
I remember driving, and I got next to him, and we were at a stoplight, and it's just pouring. And he's it's like Eeyore and Winnie the Pooh.
That is incredible.
That's when we had the old zone truck, the OG zone truck, and we didn't have a bed cover.
How do you
So when I got back here, I had to go to the basement to the lounge and completely undo the tent, completely soaked.
That was probably the worst remote ever.
I gotta ask if you are confident enough to take the roof off of your Jeep. You don't check the weather in advance to
I
see
think it was a surprise.
It was a surprise.
It was.
storm.
This was and this was a pop-up thunderstorm.
It was the last segment, literally the last.
Yes.
That's when we still did bet of the day.
Yeah.
A classic.
Huh.
I
A
took
2-minute
Illinois
segment.
on the money line.
nice.
Choo-choo.
I bet
Wasn't rooting
everybody
against Nebraska, though.
everybody called you a hater.
They called me a madman.
They called you a madman.
Nice.
I
All timer.
I really haven't done that many remotes.
I think 2026 should be the year of the remote.
It should be.
Well, I think it was always tough though to be in the morning show and do a remote. It would require the establishment being open super early.
There was a breakfast place that used to do that a few years ago.
Unauthorized.
Unauthorized.
Now I have
Hell
a bunch of remotes scheduled at this point.
Back in the day, Schick and Nick, they would do breakfast remotes from
Hardee's.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Why'd you laugh?
Yeah.
I just would be such a random place to do a breakfast
I
remote.
would go to the
at a
remotes and I
Hardee's.
would eat
I
breakfast.
mean, in terms of fast food breakfast,
it's pretty
Pretty
good.
solid.
Hardee's
I've
is
only
really
been to
good.
Hardee's once.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good.
sadly, there's just no Hardee's left in Lincoln.
Isn't there a Carl's Jr. is with Hardee's, right?
Yes, it's the same.
It's depending on the geographic location of your
There-
person.
There are 2 of them in Millard alone, which is really
So
interesting.
there's the one off of the exit
One off the
still,
interstate.
And then where's the other one at again?
next to the that Target, that L Street shopping center.
That's right. Okay. And I think that's where they would
There's
do
a
their
Sonic over here, right? Over by Exarban in that
that way.
area. Yeah.
Well,
There's
there's
a
a
Sonic
Sonic.
near me too.
There's a Sonic right over
Oh,
here,
there?
over by
Saddle Creek.
Saddle Creek.
I've only been to Sonic once, and I ordered the wrong thing. So
tough.
What did you order? A filet mignon?
A hot dog.
The Sonic hot dog's not bad.
It wasn't my favorite.
Why did you order a hot dog?
I was, you know what? I was away from Chicago for an extended period of
And
time.
you thought that Sonic was going to fit your hot dog
and
needs?
I wasn't really into the red dog, too much.
Good take.
And
we have other kind. The red dog is.
you don't have Vienna beef here. You don't have Vienna
Well,
beef
we
here.
don't, but we
You don't have
also
the-
have many other hot dogs.
Well, you have ballpark, which is fine. You got kosher, which is okay. You got.
Did you get a glizzy when we were having our little work gathering without John on Friday night? The only coworker. of
I did
ours who
didn't
didn't
No,
come?
I don't.
I almost got a glizzy. but I
Once
had to go.
again, I don't really order hot dogs that aren't in Chicago.
Schaefer was like, "Are you guys serious? Do people get these things?" And
Get
he
what
asked-
thing?
Hot dogs at the establishment we went to. He ordered a hot dog, and
Oh.
and the server was like, "They're really good." And sure enough, he was like, "This is a really good hot."
I
dog.
don't want to sound like a hot dog snob, but I just don't really get hot dogs that aren't in Chicago.
Mm.
You're
do
from
that.
Chicago?
Yeah, people hate it. People can't stand it.
I
It's
think they
actually the worst part
It's
about
because
me.
you're from Skokie. I think that's why. Actually,
I am from Skokie. That's
I didn't
where I'm
realize
from.
you were anti-Omaha Chicago or Omaha hot dogs.
Yeah, we've got decent hot dogs here.
It's not that I'm anti-Omaha hot dogs. I'm just anti non-hot dogs that aren't from the place that which I love to eat hot dogs.
Are you this? You're not the same with pizza.
Because you're not.
Or
a big
are you?
Chicago
I mean,
guy,
a
are you?
little like there's only 2 places that I would eat pizza here in Omaha that
Where?
I've found. Frank's, which is over
Mhm.
by in the Capital
and
District,
Pizza Hut.
and Paisans.
Okay,
Those are really the only places that I would eat pizza from.
interesting.
Lighthouse.
Oh,
even
and-
though those
and
aren't
you know
deep
what?
dish.
I
You know
like
what?
Lighthouse a lot.
I did have Rocco's Pizza is pretty good. I love the Rocco's Pizza is super thin, and it's like tavern style.
Mm.
It's like
Have
a
you-
super thin tavern.
Have you been to
style.
Noli's? People love Noli's.
I haven't been to Noli's. No,
You know where Noli's is?
I've only ever really been to like a couple other pizza joints, and I'm not going to mention the pizza joints that I did not enjoy eating.
There's a
from.
pizza place fairly close to you by the ballpark. Dolomites, right? Dolomites? That place rocks. You should.
I
go
haven't
there.
gone there. I went to the one that was in Midtown, which is by the whiskey bar that I like,
Midtown by the Whiskey
and I
Bar.
wasn't in love with it.
Oh, is that a?
It was like a wood fire type
Yeah,
deal.
I don't know if I've ever had their pizza.
Yeah,
yeah. You should go to Dolomites. That place rocks.
Dolomites
should-
sounds like a Greek place.
You should try Tasty Pizza.
Oh,
That was over-
tasty, great place.
that was over by
John.
Tracks.
Yeah, it's right next door. It's right over. Yeah, right.
Here's
over
the
here
thing
next-
about
They moved it because it used to be in that house,
Used-
and now they're
which
in the-
now apparently is a bagel place.
Oh, really?
It's got a sign that
Oh.
says Omaha
But
Bagel. I don't know if it's open yet.
I'll
but it
be
says
honest. Like
Omaha Bagel.
I like bagel.
there are pizzas here that I've enjoyed and I've eaten. I don't really find myself eating a whole lot of pizza here when I'm in Omaha. I just
Tasty
don't.
was one of our first taste test Wednesdays.
Tasty is very good.
Here's the problem: if I'm over by Tasty,
You're gonna get tracks.
I'm going to Tracks.
Yeah, that's fair.
Tracks is so good.
By the way, it's Dolomiti, not Dolomiti.
That was one of the best. I got the
Chills.
chicken, the straight up fried chicken.
Very good.
Oh my god, that breast was juicy.
Oh yeah,
John
The
and I went there
bone-in
with
juicy
with Stim.
breast.
with our former producer.
we did lunch, and they weren't going to do chicken, but they
They did it for us.
turned it up special for us.
I asked the lady,
was great.
I was like, do I get the wings or do I get the chicken? And she goes, you get the chicken. And I'm like, all right.
yeah,
And
She
she was,
you can get both. You get wings and chicken.
no, she told me, she's like, people come here for the chicken. I'm like, all right.
Do they really interesting?
That's
Their
what she
wings
told
are-
me.
Their wings are really good.
That's
yeah,
what
but
they're
I mean,
Buffalo
told me.
sauce is different than most people buffalo sauce. It's,
Well,
it's
they
a
have
little extra
the-
something to it.
They had the Louisiana hot sauce, which is my favorite type of hot sauce. And that is elite. I always
It's the
carry,
official
when
hot
I
sauce
go
of
to
the Colorado Rockies.
when I go to the Popeyes, I extra hot sauce packets. I go, give me as many hot sauce packets as you can.
I'm a
And then,
Frank's guy.
and then I carry around the
Cholula.
Popeyes hot sauce packets wherever I go.
well, but that's just Louisiana, right?
Yeah, I just keep
Yeah.
them on me.
Nathan
I put them in my
writes,
backpack. I put them in my car.
See, I'm nervous about carrying around little sauce packets because I'm afraid they're going to explode
They
or
don't.
get torn.
Those hot sauce packets have gone through the air. They've gone through 30,000 feet. They've been completely fine.
Mm.
Nathan says, my favorite pizza has been a constant in my life forever. Taco pizza from Godfather's is the GOAT.
Do
It is good.
I
Taco
got-
pizza from Godfather's is good.
I got a taco pizza from
Makes my
somewhere
taco
when I was a
pop.
kid, and they left.
From somewhere. Was the place called Somewhere? That would actually be a pretty good pizza place spot.
Whoever
You're going
made,
somewhere.
whoever made the pizza, though, it almost looked like the plastic covering on American cheese. I found that buried within the toppings of, like, I was eating it, then there was just plastic in my mouth, and that put me off of taco pizza for a long time.
I don't like taco pizza.
You guys ever have a grinder pizza? It's just Italian beef. It's just an Italian beef pizza. It's like shaved Italian beef with
I think I have, yeah.
with hot jardiniere,
Yeah. I have.
with
That's good.
crisp tavern style, crispy thin. My God.
Yeah?
My God.
Yeah.
Really?
There's a place in Mount Prospect, Illinois, that makes like the best grinder pizza probably in the entire Chicagoland.
Way
area.
better
Why
than
don't they call it
oven
an
pizza
Italian
grinder.
beef pizza?
I mean, it's just a grind. It's called a grinder on their menu. That's
Oh,
just
I
what I
see.
call it. I'm sure if you went to other places, they would call it an
Yeah.
Italian beef pizza. It's just what Mr. C's calls,
Sure. Okay.
you know.
It's just their thing.
It's their
Tyler writes,
thing.
geez, Matt would like grinder. Wow. Out on
Wow.
that kind of pizza.
I love an Italian grinder sandwich. I told you about the Italian grinder
did.
sandwich.
You did.
That's an incredible sandwich to have.
We were just talking about this on Friday.
I love
We were.
sandwiches.
We love food.
If you told me, Matt, one food rest of your life,
Sandwich?
sandwiches.
Okay.
Is a sandwich one food? Because there's many
Excellent
foods
question.
within the sandwich.
Exactly.
Well,
That's
yeah.
I get the customization aspect of it.
That's true.
But if you have
Great
the
point.
rules of you can only have one food, would a sandwich fall under that? Is that a loophole, or would they be like, no,
It's a great question, Nick.
pick
on
something
a
from
dumb
Debates
debates
Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Would it be so? I would have to pick one type of
Yeah, like
sandwich.
one
No,
sandwich.
just lettuce or like one of the things that make up the sandwich.
Well, no, that's not fair.
Well, that's the stipulation. You can only
But if
eat
you,
Okay,
one
but what if
thing.
you
you
answered-
said
what if-
pizza, you there
Yeah.
like
You
have
just
to-
cheese pizza.
Yeah, you have to be like I mean, I would say he has to say a specific type of sandwich.
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
that's fair.
Because
Well,
if I
I mean, if we're
Specific
doing
pizza.
one food for the rest of that, I would just probably go with an English breakfast. Just bacon and sausage and tomato and mushroom
beans
and beans and,
blood
bread.
sausage.
I get everything I need. I get my meat. I get my protein. I get my carbs. I get my
Where's your
fruits.
vegetable?
The
I'm gonna go-
mushrooms.
I'm about to
I got
go-
my fungi.
I got to log onto my
You gotta-
burner and go post on the message boards about McMaster again.
What?
Yeah, you
what?
hear that
what-
food
what
thing?
is-
He wants
what
an
is-
English
What is
breakfast.
what is your one specific business? I mean, I was going with one type of food. We got to get specific. You know, we got to pick one specific type of food. You know, you can't do
when's-
all the sandwiches. You got to do one specific sandwich.
Since when did Sylvester the cat start
That's when
showing
Matt
up?
starts doing
Yeah.
impressions of people. He just
Yeah,
sits and
because it's just Mr. Technical over here. You know,
So what,
just go-
what do you need me to answer?
Yeah,
What-
one singular food you would
but
have.
you
the
said
rest of your
English
rice.
breakfast. That's like a whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
I know.
many
I get
foods
all
there.
of the things.
Yeah,
One
but
thing-
that's
That's cheating. That's worse than the sandwich.
because you know what I would answer? Golden Corral. I got everything.
It's not one It's not one restaurant.
I mean,
Are we counting a restaurant for one thing that you get to eat for the rest
Well,
of your
no,
life?
that's the whole point.
I'd probably go red beans and rice with shrimp on top. Is probably what
the meal forever?
Yeah.
It's your forever meal?
I get protein. I get fiber. I get rice. I get everything I need.
Yeah,
I get
know.
flavor.
Probably some with chicken in it.
Maybe a
So
burrito
creative.
bowl.
I think chicken is the one meat I could eat.
But you
forever
got to do
consistently.
one specific burrito bowl. You can't
we-
customize the burrito
So we
bowl.
did this question once. It was you have to choose like all of chicken, all of pork, all of beef, and
Yep.
was there another one? Is it those?
It was those three.
and it's like so you can only have those, or maybe we did it where you get to eliminate one
And
and
I-
you have to keep. the
And I
other.
destroyed you guys because you both answered chicken. And I'm like, you're crazy.
no
It's
way,
pork.
chicken. You get
Chicken is so versatile.
So versatile.
Pork is so
I
versatile.
would pick chicken in a heartbeat.
See, yeah,
Pork
John
is more
eviscerated
versatile.
us.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
did.
not.
Pork is more versatile than chicken.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
You have the dark meat, you have the white meat, you get the wings, you get the breast, you can
Fried
can
chicken,
roast
healthy.
the chicken, fried chicken, you can grill a chicken, you can make
You
a
can do
chicken
pork
sandwich.
chops. You can do pork steak. You can do pulled
But is there-
pork.
is
you
there-
can do bacon.
but is there
you can do
two-
sausage.
Is there two different
do
sides?
ham.
If there's two different sides of
you can
the
do
pork,
tenderloin.
you can do the chicken oysters. Those are great too. You can go and pop them out.
what?
I think
All right,
chicken
there's
is
a lot of different things you can do.
I've
with
never
chicken.
had a chicken oyster. I want to try one.
Pretty
of those
great.
one
I've
day.
had a chicken oyster ravioli one time.
Bill says, "Thank you, USC team. We cannot sane wash Matt's bad takes any longer.
Mm,
Don't know which of those takes it was about, but you're welcome, Bill.
What?
nice.
I like an English breakfast.
That's probably the one. That what an odd thing to say.
What? It's a good. It's a
I
good.
can't imagine being like,
breakfast.
I'm hungry for breakfast. Give me those beans.
I want to
Yeah,
eat
that-
congealed blood for breakfast,
Yeah,
please.
it's
Have you ever had? Have
the
you ever had
British
an English
getting knocked
breakfast?
for their food takes is a good take.
The Brit. You know what's insane about British cuisine?
What's insane? Nick?
everything about it.
The best thing that they have is curry, and that's because they stole it from another country.
Mm.
Everybody talks about
Wow.
their curry, but it's nothing that they've done
I mean,
themselves.
let's not act like the United States are saints and we haven't stolen some great food from
Well,
other
I'm
countries.
But
not,
that's because
but-
everyone came here.
but
That is
like
good
the
point.
curry,
Well,
Britain-
don't act like we haven't stolen anything.
but the
before.
curry in the UK is like their signature. They're like, oh, you have to try our curry. Oi, try
Is that
our
what they're known
curry.
for? I thought they'd be known for fish and chips,
chicken and a can of Coke.
and the nasty breakfast that Matt
Peas in a
likes.
cup.
Well,
I
it's
thought it was
funny.
for
Do you know?
haggis.
Do you know some of the greatest
I guess that's
restaurants
Scotland.
in the world are in England?
The what?
The greatest restaurants in the world are in London. They're in
I didn't know
England.
St. Elmo's moved to England.
Do you know what they serve?
What?
What they serve? French food. That's just how it works. They're
Mhm.
all like,
It goes back to what
Is
Nick
it-
just
is
said.
a place called We Surrender.
that's a good one.
But we is spelled O-U-I.
That's a great one.
I've heard it. I've heard it from
Dude,
John 1,000
Dude,
times.
The French are
Josh,
such sissies.
they
It's
are.
ridiculous.
They
I mean,
really
it's just
are.
like, oh, come help us. Remember with the Revolutionary War? We always got to clean up their mess all the time. Just ridiculous.
I've just heard John say it. Like it's I just want.
It's a good joke. It's a good bit. It's like Rodney Dangerfield saying, "I get no respect." You know,
Well,
that's
I
my
mean-
that's my that's my
That's your I
hook.
get no
My
respect.
hook is the French. We surrender.
You know, my dad walked
Once.
out of the Napoleon movie and he was like,
Once, like a lot.
Once.
My dad walked out of the Napoleon movie. He goes, "You say what you want about that guy, but without him, the French got their ass kicked wherever they went." That's what he was like. Wherever the French,
Your
whenever
dad
they
and
fought a
John
war,
should become best pals.
Napoleon and like Tom Osborne, like they're kind of the same,
Without Tom Osborne, Nebraska would surrender all the time.
Well, after Tom Osborne,
They definitely surrendered on the football field.
that was that. No, maybe not as accurate.
Yeah, they didn't surrender. They just got beat.
They just used lose all the time.
They just got
Who
beat.
is the French
at
equivalent?
least, in all of the dim ages
Of Nebraska?
of Nebraska football, at least they didn't surrender.
Yet. I mean, they tried to surrender that Oklahoma rivalry.
They did, but we got rid of the guy that tried to do
They
it.
surrendered the Tennessee series.
It was the onside
That's-
kick, not a form of surrender.
It was.
Hey, want to see me
Well-
get fired?
yeah,
That feels pretty surrendery to me.
that's true.
Yeah, but now getting rid of that
Yeah.
Tennessee series will be the smartest thing they ever did. It
They're
puts
just-
them one game closer to the
I mean,
playoff,
some could say
Or a bowl game.
to the 28,000 team playoff.
the Treaty of Paris is very similar to paying Scott Frost $15 million to go and get fired. That's what some are saying.
Are they?
Yeah, some are saying.
That would have been funny if, because,
What would have been funny?
well, famously, there's been a lot of staged surrenders. Like, we made the Japanese surrender on the
The USS
on
Missouri.
USS Missouri.
Yeah.
Boo. Should have been the Iowa.
Mr. H made the French surrender in the same train car that the armistice was signed for
He
World
surrendered.
War One. And Scott Frost surrendered outside his damaged pickup
I was about
truck.
to say, can you imagine if there was a white flag like outside of the sunroof of that black car with a big
That
old
would have
dent
been
on it?
awesome. We never got the story of that dent, did we?
Oh, we can find it.
Do you know what
I
happened?
can text somebody right now.
Do it.
Do it.
Why was Scott Frost's truck damaged?
This is a reportage that we have not seen, Matt.
Yeah.
Michael had his video with his shirt, but he didn't say what happened to the
Why-
truck.
Why was
And by the way, I
Scott's-
think we're the only people that ever bring up that thing was
Yeah.
damaged.
It was so funny.
We need closure.
Yeah, we do.
We do want closure. Why was Scott Frost's truck damaged?
Oh, I didn't. Did I ever send you guys the pictures of my friend who has Scott Frost's PS4?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was pretty funny.
And he's got the controllers and everything.
I have
Ask
a
him
theory.
if the margarita machine was true too.
I have a theory. Well, there's two theories now
About the truck?
on how the truck got damaged. One, Frost was rolling the margarita machine into the truck and it slipped and it rolled into the side. Or after a drunk round of golf at Lincoln Country Club, he slammed the golf cart into the side.
So you don't think it was in anger about the football team? Like he got home from Ireland and was like, ah!
You think he could punch a hole that big into the
No,
side
he
of his
went-
truck?
yeah.
Was it that big? Now I got to find the video.
I remember it being large.
Scott Frost truck.
Here, turn my microphone.
Okay.
Oh, he's making a phone
He's
call?
making a
Making
phone
a
call.
phone
Wow. All right. Oh, wow. He's actually on the phone.
He
This is
on
incredible.
the phone. This is tremendous.
Scott Frost truck. What are we watching over here, John?
Baseball.
Well, apparently the
Almost.
internet's flaking out here on us here on the old MLB.TV. Thanks a
Mm.
lot, ESPN.
Oh, now he's leaving the studio.
Okay, bye.
This is some good boots on the ground journalism. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, what story
Or
was that?
boots
in?
on the truck.
The thing I just clicked in was Grand Island Independent, but it didn't have any.
Was that the same video where
Here we
with
go.
the stage sliding down the railing?
That was before the trip out. Okay, I found a video. That was before the trip out to Ireland.
Mhm.
He did that sliding on into the season.
See,
Yeah,
I thought it
so
was
he
the same
gets in the
video for some
truck.
reason. Like he slid down and then he got into his truck.
He gets in the truck.
It's on the front, isn't it?
It's in the it's
I
the
thought it was
side.
on the door.
Oh, is it? Okay. Come on,
It's the
Frost.
side of the vehicle.
Get out.
Well, just fast forward the video.
Yeah, I guess I go. Oh, there we go.
There it is, right there.
The
Right
dent?
there,
The
right there,
dent?
the dent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, what is that?
yeah. It's a scuff. It's a dent of some
yeah,
kind.
it's more of a scuff than it is anything else.
Right, but it's definitely it was definitely dented.
Yeah, it definitely was.
It was definitely dented. Do we
Matt?
have an answer?
We do not have an answer.
Damn it.
I didn't
Sad.
get a reference.
What about the
either.
margarita machine?
Can
Any
you
I
idea
get a
on that?
did-
screenshot and send that out on the old JTech or whoa,
actually,
sorry,
Sean.
Liquid Trucking's on Twitter. feed.
Oh! Was the margarita
Edit that out of the
machine
podcast.
true though?
Quarter.
Yeah, John should start owing dollars for that.
That's true.
Okay.
Hey, I'm the one that brought them here.
I'm
I can-
texting another source.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm texting. I
Yeah, it
text
looks
that
more
person.
like a scuff, like maybe he turned
You
too close
know
to
why.
those light pole supports out in
Yes.
parking lots.
Oh yeah.
It looks like maybe he leaned into that accidentally. So it
we
doesn't
have
look
any-
like a fit of
Do we have
road.
any
we're getting
prizes,
it.
Nick?
We
When was the
Probably could find
margarita
something.
machine? When would have that been?
I mean, the rumor was it was like the last few years. This is all alleged.
alleged.
I'm not reporting anything.
Unless we discover it's not alleged.
Right.
Then I
How
guess
did
we could just say it.
How did Scott Frost damage his truck? Wrong answers only. All right, there we go. Now this will maybe
Nice.
this will pop on the algo.
All right,
We don't have any prizes, Nick. Nothing to give away.
we have
we have
three
stuff.
irons in the
We don't have
fire.
anything
By the way,
specific.
Okay, we got 3 irons in the fire. What's the name of our famous Kansas State quarterback whose brother and dad got
Avery Johnson.
Avery Johnson? Yeah, that's what I think Kyle meant. Thompson's dad and brother got into a fight and accidentally hit Scott's pickup.
I just got a text from someone who knows Matt. Should I read
Knows
this?
our
why
Matt?
does
This
it always?
Matt?
Anytime anybody agrees with me, pain is involved.
No, they're not agreeing with you. They're telling me what happened.
Oh, what happened?
Sorry. Somebody mentioned me on Twitter. They go,
No.
as much as it pains me to agree with Mac McMedia, the English breakfast is pretty outstanding.
What? All right, I'm following up to say, is this true? And then if so, I will read this on the air from an unnamed person.
Okay.
Well, why don't you just name it anyway? It doesn't matter now, does it?
All right, fine. Plowed through a fence in Ashland. The next morning, there was a brown bag of cash on the doorstep of the house whose fence he plowed through.
That doesn't look like
It doesn't
damage.
look like a fence plow.
I mean, now in defense, we didn't see the front of the truck.
That's true. That doesn't look like a.
I mean, yeah. I mean, could that damage have happened in said incident? Sure, but
because that's more scrape than it is
Yeah.
like dent. At least to
Yeah.
me. it
So
is.
wait, he hit a fence in Ashland?
Plowed through a fence. Next morning, there was a brown bag of cash on the doorstep of the house whose fence he plowed through. That's awesome if true.
it was a brown bag of cash that said for Dylan.
That's why they didn't land him.
Oh crap!
That's why they
They
didn't land
sent him to the wrong place.
God, can you imagine Frost with Dylan?
Mm.
That would have been something.
Kyle writes Casey
That
Thompson.
would- you know, John, that would have
Yeah.
been incredible.
Casey Thompson's. I think he means
Yeah,
Avery.
yeah.
Oh, you read that? Sorry,
Yeah,
I missed that one.
yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I think Kyle just forgot what. Avery
One of the
Johnson
sources. I've gotten a conflicting source.
Okay,
about
what does your person say?
he hit a pole.
I mean, that could.
That's
fit
what
with-
that's
that
what
feels-
it looks
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
That feels like the most normal one.
Chance writes Scott will plow through anything except accountability.
Mustache Adams said not the only thing he plowed through in Ashland. Allegedly.
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 Wow.
I did not expect today's crossover to take us down the road of Scott Frost's dented truck.
Kenny writes, I assume the dent in the Scott Frost truck was from his young son practicing onside kicks in the driveway. We don't talk about his family.
That's
No.
right.
Have you
You
guys
know.
ever had Kevin Suits on to talk about the shooting of that video? He has a great story of
No.
how he shot that video.
What did he say?
So I asked about it when I first started working with him at 1011, and he was with another guy, like another reporter, and Kevin was just standing outside of Memorial Stadium. And all of a sudden, the same, camera guy was there, but he was kind of shorter, and Kevin's a taller dude. And he's like, "What is he shooting at? What is he trying to capture?" And Kevin kind of waddled over there, and he looks up and goes, "Oh wow, there's the car, And so he gets it out, he gets the camera out. He shoots Scott walk getting into the car.
Yeah.
Shoots the video. He's got it right there. Okay, and then he sees him pull out, and Kevin was like, he saw where they were pulling out, and he saw where they were turning, and so he goes, "Oh, I know where they're going to be." So he takes the camera off his shoulder and he sprints across the stadium, comes all the way around. Sees the car coming through, shoots it, and then you get the dent.
And you get the dent. So
Excellent
thanks
job,
to
Kevin.
that kind of hustle
Nice.
reporting,
Literally,
we
he was
now have a
if you-
crossover
If
story.
you ever see Kevin, you have to ask him because he tells it so much better than I do. But it's like a proud moment where he's like, "I was standing there, I was there, I had it, I shoot it, I get it, I see him pulling out, I go, and he sprinted." Kevin's an athlete.
Sadly, we never got the walk of shame video of Steve the Vision Peterson.
That is very sad. We got him from pretty much every other coach. Remember Bob Diaco and his Argyle sweater when he got
Yes.
canned with his nice hair?
What's it with people with weird sweaters when big decisions are happening?
Well, that was just a
That's a
Bob
great
Diaco thing.
question.
Excellent question. That came up at our shindig on Friday as
There's
well.
a lot of things that came up at the shindig on
Excellent
Friday.
times. Faux Herbie Husk writes that Scott Frost, wrong answers only. How did he damage his truck? Tried to dodge another 1 possession loss. Sorry, Scott. Another one.
But I bet he had a great week of practicing driving the car
excellent
before it
week of
happened.
practice. Excellent week. I'm gonna say it. Happy
New Year. It's been a few weeks. It's been a little
Happy
while. We
New
needed
Year.
something
We
different.
needed this. We needed this rain.
We needed
did.
this rain and we needed this Happy New Year.
We did. I agree.
Good stuff, guys.
Matt,
All
have a
right.
great day.
That's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Nick. Every time.
Hello.
We got a great shot of Nick's ear.
It's a
being
great ear.
covered by
It's a beautiful ear with a beautiful headphone.
covered by his earpiece or headphones.
On Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Oh, can you believe it's Thursday already? Wait,
No, it's
what?
Not.
John, you goofball.
I've been a day ahead all week.
You thought it was Thursday today?
When I woke up, I thought it was Thursday.
No, it's Wednesday.
Yeah,
It's Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I'm very aware now.
You owe me a shut up.
Got him.
But yeah, it's kind of depressing. Usually it's when it's the opposite way. You're like, oh man, it's actually Wednesday. It's not Tuesday.
But
yeah,
you get more days with us this week now.
Yeah.
Like if it was Thursday, the week would almost be over. And it's a holiday weekend. We're barely going to get to see each other. And then you're going to disappear for us for that week around the College World Series. And then after that, it'll be July.
Mhm.
And then
Right.
football will almost be.
Okay.
No, it'll be July, and then I'm going to go on my honeymoon.
Don't care about that. I mean, have fun.
I care about that.
Okay, I hope you have a great time.
It's
I
the
gotta
baseball.
figure out what days I'm taking off this summer.
well, welcome to whatever day this is of the week.
Wednesday, John. It's
is
Wednesday.
Wednesday, my dudes.
Here on the Grum. Good one for you today, as is depicted on the Grum Down, or as they call in France, Le Grum Down.
Nice.
We had a garden come back last night. Tone Petiti is talking big. First of all, he's just talking, period.
It's nice to hear his voice.
Yeah.
And by hear his voice, I mean read articles that
His
have
master's
quotes.
voice.
I don't know what he sounds like.
Thought about this yesterday when we were talking with Steve Sipple, so I broke it down. 24. A fundamental change like no other before it. There's a lot of things that having this playoff would do fundamentally to the sport that would change it very dramatically.
Okay.
They were supposed to be playing. Well, actually, they were supposed to be playing by now. Then they were supposed to be done by now. Now they're
Playing tonight.
not playing until tonight.
On
But
Yacht Rock 11.
Poor Apper. He was like, I'm going to do my show and then call the game. And then, crap, I can't do my show anymore. I got to call the game. And then he's just been sitting around. I
yeah.
wonder what he's done today. There's no way they stayed at the ballpark, right? They probably left.
Oh yeah, they would have left.
That's good. God,
But
hopefully they
Coach-
get to play tonight.
Coach Mark Kingston will join us.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will join us.
Oh, vacation Mitch. He was overseas, I believe. I think he was in Europe.
I was today years old when I learned that Will Wade and Gideon Pillow Wade IV are cousins.
I also was
Whoa.
today years old.
I'm just now finding this out.
and
Wow, we
there's
just broke-
stories about both separately, thankfully.
Yeah, Will Wade. I don't like that guy.
But Gideon Pillow Wade IV was busy today.
Gideon My Pillow Wade.
Speaking of Will Wade, could Amazon make a strong ass offer for the NFL?
Oh, wow.
Did the Cubs lose first place for good?
Yes, the answer is yes. We can move on from the Cubs.
And then later in the season, when they make the playoffs, they're going to be like, I've always said they were good. I knew it. They were going to be good.
We don't have any arms.
Did
This
not
is a
say that.
pattern, John.
I
Every
did
year.
not say that.
It's
Did not say
Cubs
that.
derangement
Say, I'm
syndrome.
not deranged like certain people are about their failed franchises.
What? I don't think they're going to win anything of note ever.
I never talked myself into them being great. Ever.
Yeah, but then they are really good, and you're like,
Well, but they're not.
I knew it all along.
But they're not.
Yeah, but,
That's the whole thing.
but when
I
they
love
are,
PCA.
yeah,
Well, they've only really been great the one time.
they were pretty good that year. They were pretty good.
And it is not Thursday. It is Dumb Debates Wednesday.
So did you wake up and you started typing out things you don't care about, and you're like, crap,
No.
it's a Wednesday.
No.
I care.
I don't care about looking at a calendar.
Mm.
Oh, I looked at a calendar. I just mentally was in a Thursday place, not a Wednesday place.
Cody writes, is Nick going to ignore his wife on his honeymoon too?
Nope.
Okay. An email into the Equitable Bank inbox from John. Just an FYI, tomorrow is 1 month until the days start getting shorter and we are on the way to football season.
Oh.
Okay, see, now that's when you're getting depressing. We don't have to talk about days getting shorter.
But by you counting down to it,
I'm not.
you are doing
I'm
it.
just
Yes,
saying,
you are.
After the Cultural Series, it'll be July soon. That's not counting down. It's just saying that months happen.
July.
Yes, but you know what you're doing. You know what you are doing.
I'm getting excited for my coworker's birthday.
No, you're not. You're not getting excited for anything.
I
except
love your
the fact
birthday.
that
It's a day
football.
off. It's a day off. I love your birthday. This year, fun fact, Independence Day is on a Saturday, Nick,
That's true.
which means that we'll be off on.
Friday.
Nailed it, Nick. We'll be off July the 3rd. We'll be off July the 3rd.
Unless we're not.
We will be off July. Everyone always, I feel like I'm the keeper of the holidays in this building. I get emails all the time.
Keeper of the holidays. What does that mean?
Let me
He
explain.
has a calendar.
I just know how things work. People will email me and say, hey, do we get off? And then it is a holiday. And I'm always like, yes, the answer is always yes. Do we get Independence Day off? Of course we do. Do we get Memorial Day off? Yes, we always have got Memorial Day off. We have always been at war with Eurasia, and we always get Memorial Day off. But the latter is actually true, Nick.
We didn't get President's Day off that one time.
We've never gotten President's Day off, though.
Yeah,
And
that's
our
else
office
did.
doesn't
That's
even-
only become a recent thing.
You know what, though? I would take a President's Day. We get Black Friday off, though. Like, that's the day. Except if you have to do overreaction, which I did last year.
Or 1620 the pregame.
Or 16:20 the pregame that starts at not 3 hours before the game, 2.5 hours before
yes.
the game.
And also
John and Michael.
Always on time.
Always on
It
time.
never started late.
Yeah,
I guess you're right.
that is technically.
Always started on time.
Doug and Idaho says, can we start the long weekend with a 1-beer Wednesday to set the tone?
I got
Still
no
got that
problem with
case
that.
of Victoria in there. Half
Hell
case.
yeah. I haven't had any of that.
Want one?
It's pretty good.
Is it really?
It's
Yeah.
not bad.
Maybe I will.
It's not bad.
Maybe I will.
But last night, as I was almost run over by deer,
What?
yeah,
Huh?
a couple of deer crossed the road in front of me as I was on my walk.
Is that where the dent came from?
The deer?
The deer?
Is when, as I was sending the video of said deer running across on the Twitter, because that's what we
On the
do.
Liquid Trucking Zone
On the
Twitter feed?
Liquid
I haven't
Trucking
even
Zone
seen
Twitter
it.
feed.
I wasn't really on Twitter much last night.
Yeah, me either.
I saw the clips from the scribes who are covering the Big Ten's meetings this week at some posh resort on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Old Tone is talking tough. Tone Petiti, the head of the Big Ten family.
Oh, I know him.
Head of the family. Interesting, that Tone is talking, because Tone famously does not talk.
He's like, what did they used to call Eichhorst?
Silent Sean.
Silent Sean.
It used to be Toneless Tone.
I was trying to figure out
But now
alliteration.
Tone is talking tough.
talking tough tone.
Remember when Tone suggested the 2014 playoff that the first iteration was going to give us the quotables,
Mm-hmm.
the beloved quotables, and then found out, wow, that was really unpopular. So, no. What if they were all at-large teams? And slowly but surely, the other weaker families, like
everybody's gotten on board,
like Larry Scott 2.0 and Inside Jim Phillips.
and our friends in the media, Sam McEwen, Steve Sipple. I think even Severe is a 2014 guy.
Well, now Tone realizes, he has trophies. His league is actually good.
It's the best league.
And
It's the
now
best league.
everyone's on his side.
saying.
Now, strangely, Tone wants to talk.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, remember, the compromise was, well, we'll move to 16 first, then we'll go to 24. Not anymore. We've had 0 conversations about 16, Tone said. Plan B is what we have now. We would stay with what we have now. In other
Excellent.
words, we'll stay at 12 until I get the head of the SEC family to agree to my terms.
Is that a threat? Is he saying or else?
Oh.
I mean,
We'll do this while you're alive or wait until you're dead.
yeah,
And
probably.
guess what's going to happen soon? You'll be dead.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, John? If it could stay at 12 forever, that sounds great to me. Maybe
I
it'll just
listen,
never
I'd be all
agree.
for it.
12
I'd be all for it. I'd be all
In an
for it.
ocean by the sea.
If we can get Don Sankey to
Don? Oh, because of Italian stuff. I see.
if we could get Don Sankey to hold serve,
Nice.
we'll be
good
fine.
reference.
Here was the quote though that drove me nuts. And you know, in the past we've called Mr. Petiti, or I have called Mr. Petiti Manfred's boy.
I had honestly forgot about that. You have so many nicknames for everything.
Yeah,
I
it's
do.
True.
You're from a different generation that just gives nicknames to everything.
My
yeah,
dad
but
does
it's a
it
good
too.
nickname because he is Manfred's boy.
Guys
was-
around John's age.
He
love
was
nicknames.
sent here.
Mhm.
He was sent here to
Tone
ruin
Petiti,
us.
Manfred's boy.
Well, Connor gave him the nickname Tone. I like that one. Quote, when I was at Major League Baseball, we never had to convince anybody that keeping more teams in the race is better for everybody and the fans. Like, we never had to do that. I feel like in this space, we're kind of being asked to do that. It's almost counterintuitive. I think more teams alive as late as possible is a fundamental way. I thought about it when we were changing the playoff schedule.
You know what? This does really explain something in a way that I never thought of before. Which sport has the most worthless regular season in terms of the game's importance on a day-by-day basis? Baseball, because there's 162 of them. You know, a game today does not mean very much compared to a game tomorrow, compared to a game in 3 days. He is trying to make the college football regular season less important because that's all he's ever known.
Exactly. Manfred's boy was here to ruin us. Tone says he's at a different place than people who think a 24-team field would devalue the regular season because the system has tiered incentives. Teams seeded 1 through 8 would earn a bye in a home game. Top 2 teams earn the best path all the way through, and the bottom teams are constantly trying to stay in the field. I mean, Tone, if we're going to go with that logic, why stop at 24? Let's go to 48. Let's go to 64.
Maybe they will.
Let's just get everybody in the playoff.
All 136 of them, I think, now.
But that's where Tone is today.
John writes, quoting Tone, "Hey, SEC, if you don't agree to 24 teams, we'll just stay at 12, like you want, and I won't budge because I'm a tough ass." That sounds great. Hold the line, Greg. Hold the line.
Yes.
Hold the door, Greg. Hold the door.
Hold the door.
Hodor.
Mhm.
Hodor.
Exactly.
I did find it interesting, though, in Stuart Mandel's analysis, because as he points out, you know, one of the motivating factors behind this, and maybe the entity that is working behind Tone,
Mission Impossible.
you know, like how the New York family was actually overseeing the Soprano family.
Sure.
The networks are actually overseeing Tone's family.
Yeah, of course.
Because whatever they say, Tone will do, because that's where the money is.
That's what the money is for.
Another madman.
Another madman.
But the last time that the CFP contract came up for bid, there was only one bidder.
I didn't realize this until I read that this morning
That
as well.
Fox did not even make a bid.
But
That
then
only
Mandel,
ESPN did.
Mandel points out there is a concern, I think, inside of Fox circles that they could lose the NFL on the next go round. And this would allow them to at least have something, you know, or something more than they currently have right now,
but,
at least with
but if
college.
that's something more is just you're getting the first round games.
No more NFL on Fox.
I mean,
Play the sad theme again.
I mean, do you-
injuries.
Do you really feel like you're in the playoff picture when you get to have the 9 versus 24 game?
I mean, a lot of people
Because those are the
arguing
new
you
games that are being added.
It's gross.
Because it's not like ESPN's going to say, "Oh no, Fox, you can have the championship game in the semis." No, of course not. Any games added on top of what we currently have would be the ones put up for bid, the ones theoretically that Fox could get. That's going to make up for losing the NFL.
I thought that the whole playoff would come up for bid. Was I misunderstanding it? It's just the
No,
new
I mean
games?
the whole playoff won't come up for bid until its contract is done, which I don't remember what year that is.
Yeah.
But if they started 24 today, they would put the additional games up for bid, and theoretically Fox or anybody else could bid on them. But the existing playoff games, those would be the ones that ESPN already owns. The playoff contract goes through the 2031-32 season.
Okay, so 6 more years.
Yeah.
Right?
6 more years. Well, when we come back, how this would, and I'm going to try to put this as straight as possible without as much editorializing, because you all know how we feel about 24.
We've talked about it from time to time.
But I'm trying to just illuminate how fundamentally things would have to change.
Okay.
If we move from 12 to 24. And there's a lot there.
There is.
There is a lot there. And I guarantee you what I've accounted for isn't even all of it, but it's just what I thought of individually. So we'll do that, and we will continue. 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. If you want to make addendums to the things that we're going to discuss, you can do so on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Tweet at us or send us your dumb debates and use the hashtag dumb debates on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620 or the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app. We'll get to our playoff breakdown here in a little while.
Oh,
But I'm told there's someone in the green room.
what?
Well, who's in the green room, John?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, you got to tell me. You're the one that alerted me.
It's Connor Happer.
What is he?
Oh,
What are you doing? Just randomly? You're supposed to be at a baseball park right now doing a baseball game.
No, there are no baseball games, John. There's none.
Like ever? There's never going to be a baseball game?
I don't know. The weather is exactly the same as when we left the ballpark several hours ago. So I'm
it
not
is
sure.
not rained
No,
since
it
the
is-
game was
it's just
moved.
Sprinkling. It's just been sprinkling all day.
Oh. Now, we've heard much about Prasco Park and all the free things that you get. What is the groundskeeping situation like? I mean, can they handle, bad weather and, inclemency and cleaning the field up and all that stuff?
Yes, it is incredibly good. They have a
Is it?
gigantic groundskeeping staff. Yes.
Nice.
There's so many. When we got there actually this morning, they were putting the tarp like on the field, and then they took it off, and then they put it back on an hour before we were supposed to start, and we were like, uh-oh, that's probably not very good. And then a bunch of people came down and started talking about it. The umpires walked around the track on the outfield, and apparently they did not like what they saw, and they said, we will not play for several hours. And so here we are.
So what time is the game supposed to start? 6:30 our time, still 7:30 your time. Is it going to actually happen?
I don't know. That is the plan. That is the current plan.
I did see that the second game, the UConn Xavier
Is
game,
that tomorrow?
has already been pushed to tomorrow.
Oh boy.
So
They went and asked, like, Bill, because Xavier always plays the night game, so they went and asked Billy, like, do you want to play after? They were worried that he would say yes, but apparently he did not. So Xavier and UConn will start tomorrow if everything stays on track.
So what would be your best guess? What are the chances that Creighton actually plays a full baseball game tonight?
Give me 65% yes.
Ooh.
Oh, that's higher
Wow.
than I was expecting.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that pause there made me a little concerned.
It did.
I
John
don't
wants to know.
We could have played. I think. We could have been playing this entire time. I don't know. I don't know what's
Well, it
going
sounds
on.
like it's one of those deals where if they had gotten started, they would have played through, but because they hadn't started yet and it was still sprinkling,
Yep,
that they
you
weren't
got
going
it.
to get.
Yeah,
I can't wait
they
for it
definitely
to
don't want
happen,
to stop it.
Next month, where it's like we could have played today and we're all
Yeah.
standing around. By the way, Happer, listener John wants to know how much free food did Connor eat before he left the park?
I had 2 tacos, a cookie, and I think and a bag of chips. That was what I had before I left the
What?
park.
It's a nice lunch.
I was like, I don't know what the lunch situation is going to be like back at the hotel, so I might as well just stuff my pockets full of food and then be here for a while.
Wait, you put tacos in your pockets?
You've never had a pocket taco?
No.
Yeah, John, get a pocket taco.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to know
Yummy.
that even though the games haven't started yet, the free food has.
Yeah, that does not go away. The concessions weren't open, although I did see that they put a sign up that said, please place manageable orders, be respectful because I'm sure people were going up there and ordering 27 hot dogs. And
That's right. This is the place that does free food.
Yes,
Is that
it's free everything. It's you don't pay a dime to park there, to watch games
What
there.
is it
to
like?
eat there.
Like Happer, it's like you listen to a Christian rap song and they give you free food. Is that what the deal is? The agreement?
You got it. The Prasco Park soundtrack is a guy, Nick, you might know this guy. His name is Forrest Frank. Have you heard of this guy?
I don't know Forrest Frank.
All right. So he's a Christian pop rap guy, and every one of his songs is just on the constant loop at Prasco Park. If you can endure that, they will give you everything.
Wow.
That's cool.
I mean, I think I could handle that.
That's a trade-off.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just a
pretty
couple
good.
of days. It's just a couple of days.
I love free food.
Forrest Frank, by the way, sounds like the name of like your principal in your hometown. That's what.
Thank you,
Forrest
Mr. Frank.
Yeah, that's what
Like
it sounds
in elementary school, my principal was Sam Gravy, Mr. Gravy.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Gravy. I
Uh-huh.
forgot about Mr. Gravy.
Yep.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck. We're gonna have Coach Kingston on here in about 10 minutes or so. So we'll get the
Oh,
we'll get the preview.
I should go break into his room. Let's.
Why? So
I
you
don't
can do
know.
another run in on our show unannounced?
Well, I wanted to listen, and this was the best way I knew how. To actually just sit in.
You know,
like,
we have a
I'm like,
YouTube channel.
Capper
now.
doesn't want the 6-second delay. He
Or the
wants to
app.
come directly to the source.
What
Oh,
if-
yeah. Have you heard about our new
the
app,
new
Happer?
1620, the app.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I have heard about this, but once again, it's not. I want it straight from the faucet. Straight where it comes out of.
The uncut stuff right here in the StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
That's
understandable.
great. I mean, you realize you don't even get that when you're here at home. You're still listening through some kind of the.
I know, and I don't like it. I'd rather sit in the studio and listen to you all.
Okay, well, that's where he's going to be
In the
just
C&T
hanging out
chair.
in our studio in the on the road C&T chair.
Oh.
Connor Happer live from north of Cincinnati.
Good luck, Happer.
Thanks.
There
Great
it
to see you all.
Yes,
Bye,
good to
Happer.
see you. Connor Happer will be on the call. Hopefully, when they play tonight at 4th or 6:30.
Hopefully.
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 Not sure.
It's happened again. Yet again, we will not talk about Bill Connolly's story. We got plenty of time, though, today.
We have time today. I just don't know if we have time to get to it here in this segment
Yeah.
or not.
Do you want to talk about, well, I guess we don't talk recruiting anymore. Last time we did, we got in trouble. So don't want to do that this time, right, John, about how a guy was on
Just
Pat McAfee
don't
show?
make fun of me.
Well, okay,
and you'll
but
be fine.
I'm glad you did bring it up
Okay.
because that does allow me to do this. So Nebraska did get a commit today,
Nice.
a Gideon Pillow Wade the fourth special.
Shout out to Jeep.
Jordan Agbanoma. I hope I said that right.
I believe you did.
Agbanoma, who
believe you
is interior offensive lineman, a 4-star from Georgia, committed today on the Pat McAfee show, which is interesting.
Very.
But hey, it all counts the same.
Let's all be careful here.
I'm not saying anything else.
Just don't make fun
Other
of
That
me.
is a
than-
fact.
Other than Nebraska got his services over A&M, Georgia, and Florida.
Ooh,
And this is a win for
some good schools and Florida.
this is a win for Jeep Wade. This is a win
Absolutely.
for
Huge
Jeep Wade.
Huge win, for sure.
So yeah, this class is coming together rather nicely.
It's coming together rather nicely.
It is.
A
It is.
solid opinion. One I can't disagree with.
And it was today when I learned that Gideon Pillow Wade the fourth is related to Will Wade. You remember Will Wade from such things as we'll make him a strong ass offer when he was the coach at LSU, back when you couldn't say things like that. Now you can.
You're very much allowed to.
And Will Wade has been making a lot of waves lately.
Wade's?
Damn it.
Waves.
I said the same thing, but my mic was off.
By getting a lot of former professionals to
Interesting.
commit to LSU, including the most recent RJ Lewis
You
who
remember
is
RJ Lewis?
from St. John's.
Such as the 2-seed St. John's Red Storm that lost to Arkansas.
And as a guy who played in the G League.
Yes.
Mhm.
Again,
In other
a
words-
professional basketball player.
In other words, as of today, he can't play ball at LSU.
So how did they get him then? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's a great
Doesn't look like
anything
anything to me.
But
figured that nothing
it did
matters
lead.
anymore.
It did lead to this yesterday on his Field of 68, which you're going to have to change the title now to Field of.
Oh, Field of 76. That's a stupid name.
But
Maybe
Jeff
they'll just do a Big Ten. Keep it the
Jeff
same.
Goodman had some very pointed things to say about Will Strong Ass Wade,
Okay.
cousin of Gideon Pillow Wade the fourth.
Okay.
Check this out.
Will Wade, I wish you didn't come back to college basketball. Honestly, I mean that. I like Will. I've known Will since he was an assistant at Harvard back in 2007, 2008. But, man, you suck for college basketball right now. Seriously, you suck for college basketball. You're making it into a mockery. And look in the mirror and understand it's not just about you. This is about more than just you. This is about the sport of college basketball. Have some pride, have some dignity. Don't try to ruin the sport. Don't try. The first time was when you hired Slick Rick Stansbury. That was the first time when you got to LSU that you were going to muck it up as much as humanly possible. I know people are trying to push the rules. I get it. Scott Drew did it last year with James Najee. Nate Oates did it last year, obviously with Charles Bediako. But this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. First of all,
So that's just part of his little rant. But I mean, pretty pointed. You need to leave this sport.
Yeah.
You're making it a worse place. And yeah, I get it. There's a lot of cheating going on. There's a lot of people bending the rules, breaking the rules. Forget about bending the rules. No one bends the rules. They just flat out break them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of similar to, the stuff going on with Sorsby. There are two things that we should all be able to agree on. Number one, if you're an athlete or a coach, you should not be allowed to bet on your team.
Solid rule. Good rule.
You should not be allowed to do that.
Jinx, you owe me another soda.
Again?
And if you're going to play college sports, you shouldn't have already been a professional.
Yeah.
If you've already played the college game and then went on to play the professional game, that's a door that once you walk through it, the door closes behind you and that part of your life is over.
Did he not graduate? Does he not have a degree?
No.
Oh.
But I mean, even at least I don't think he did. But
yeah.
even if he did, you're allowed to be a grad transfer. That's allowed.
Yeah. And yet people are just willing to say, screw it. Because all of these other rules are being broken and all of these other things are being, ignored, that we should just ignore some very fundamental rules. It'd be like if we're in the middle of a football game and all of a sudden Ohio State just decided, hey, we can run our pass plays out of bounds and you can't do anything about it.
We have a judge who told us it's legal now.
Exactly. At some point, you got to have some lines on the field that you adhere to.
Fight says, I don't argue with this point, but talking about the integrity of the sport on a pod sponsored by a casino app is rich. Man, I disagree. Like that, having a sponsor and saying a guy shouldn't be able to be a professional and then come back to college. Like those are two incredibly different things.
Well, yeah. What's the difference between that and if he were sponsored by Anheuser-Busch?
Yeah, incredibly different things.
Yeah.
Incredibly different things.
I disagree. I mean, they're a legal sponsor.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because people abuse certain things. I mean,
I think a beer
should McDonald's not be allowed to sponsor things if people eat too much McDonald's and get fat? And
Supersize Me. People forget about Supersize Me.
They do.
We can't get supersized fries anymore because of that stupid documentary.
But also, that wasn't what made that guy really sick.
Correct.
That's the wild part.
God.
Well, I hope that Gideon Pillow Wade IV is only related to Will Wade as a cousin and not related in any other way.
By the way,
I hope he's not the kind of guy that someday someone will say, man, I wish you weren't in our sport anymore.
I just got a text that says G. Wade's real name is Gideon, as we talked about. Will Wade's real name is Frank.
Oh.
This shirt's from Frank.
Frank Wade.
That's crazy. My dad's side of the family, a lot of his brothers and sisters, and I think his dad, R.I.P., they would go by their middle names. Like my uncle Dan, his youngest brother, his first name is not Dan, but he goes by Dan. I can't remember which of his other brothers, but they're the same. So like that, it's a way some families operate,
Well, you know that Ben Nelson, Governor Ben Nelson.
Is that not his first name?
His name is Earl.
Earl Benjamin?
Or E. Benjamin
My
Nelson.
name is Earl.
I like
Remember
that show.
My Name is Earl?
It was a good show.
It was a good show.
Yeah, E. Benjamin Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming up, I don't know if his first name is really Earl. We just call him Coach King.
Let's ask him, is your real name Mark
Earl?
Or is your name Earl? That'd be a funnier question. Is your first name Earl? He'd say, what?
We'll be back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Well, we hope that tonight at 6:30 there will be a baseball game played over on Yacht Rock 1180 with Connor Happer on the call. We say we hope because right now a lot of rain going on there north of Cincinnati. But that does give us a chance to talk to the head coach, Mark Kingston, who will be there as the Blue Jays try to defend their Big East Tournament championship. Coach was hoping by now he'd be making plans for a winner's bracket game at some point tomorrow, but instead you're just kind of sitting around the hotel room. This has got to be miserable because you thought you were going to play it about 3 different times today, and you're still not playing yet.
No, we're not, and we're still trying to wait and see if we're going to play tonight. It looks a little bit more encouraging based on the latest report we've seen. We're all amateur meteorologists right now. We're all on WeatherBug and Weather Channel apps. You know, we're all looking at different apps and arguing over which one is the most accurate. But the latest reports we're getting is now the rain chances are in the mid-20s, where earlier most of the day it was in the mid-70s. So there's at least a little bit of reason for optimism.
Coach, we often hear, at least I've often heard, the idea of control the controllables, right? Focus on the things that you can actually control. On a day like today, I have to imagine that that's a mantra that you and the guys are really trying to focus on. Like, how difficult can it be, or how much do you just try to ignore all of that stuff and, again, just focus on the task at hand whenever that game is going to be played?
You know, I'm a big believer in if you make something a big deal,
yes,
it will become a big deal. If you make something not that big a deal, it won't be that big a deal. So I'm trying to just take it as it comes, hoping that the players follow suit. I think it's like everything in life. You know, I mean, if you want it to be a problem, it becomes a problem. If you want to just figure out a way to get through it, you figure out a way to get through it.
The good news is everybody has to go through it, so it's not like, you know, it's only conspiring against one team. Coach Mark Kingston joining us on the on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. So a couple weeks ago, Coach, dropped 2 of 3 at St. John's, your first round opponent tonight. When you look back at that series and what needs to change, what comes first of your mind?
Well, the first thing is our starting pitching was just okay that weekend. Our bullpen pitched fine, but that was a weekend where one of the few weekends where our starting pitching just wasn't really as good as they normally are. So I would say that's the number one thing. If we get a good start out of Pinau, I think we've got a really good shot because I think we matched up well in most other areas. Now, this is a good team. You know, this is a team that went to the NCAA tournament a couple of years ago. It's a team that was really good but young last year. So you kind of felt them coming this year. And I think everybody on their team is on the all-conference team. So it's a legitimate good team. But I'd like to think we're pretty darn good, too, and that we're going to be able to make it a really good game. And we're going to go out there thinking we have a great chance to win.
And Coach King, you just mentioned Jack Pinau. I mean, you have to feel confident that, you know, an outing like that, which was easily his worst of the year a couple of weeks ago, that's not going to repeat itself tonight. So when you give him the ball tonight, no need for any special instructions. He just needs to go out and do what he has done most of the season.
Correct. And, you know, if you look behind the numbers, if you look at the box score on the surface, it looked like just an absolutely awful outing on his part. But when you dig deeper, when you go into what actually happened that day, he had a ball that went off the knob of the bat that turned into a base hit with 2 strikes. He had a routine hopper to third base that bounced over the third baseman's head on their turf. Like there was a lot of things that happened that day that were very much out of the ordinary. And so the box score was pretty ugly, but he didn't pitch that poorly. And I think today in a neutral site, I expect much better things out of him.
Coach, you know, I've heard a lot of guys over the years talk about pressure, you know, and winning in type situations, losing, you're done. I think that the way that you put it, you know, with the stakes being so high, if you're scared of the stakes, if you're going to be timid, then it has a chance of making your play worse. I thought that those were really apt words. How do you make sure that the group is responding to the pressure and the stakes of this week in the right way?
You just make sure that they enjoy it. Because if you're having fun, if you're enjoying something, if you're grateful for the opportunity, you just don't have enough brain power left to feel pressure. And so I want them to enjoy it. I want them to attack it. Because if your mindset is on those things, then there's not enough energy left to do anything else. And again, pressure, I'm of the belief that pressure is what you make of it. Pressure is not going to play a baseball game. Pressure, there's a lot bigger things that happen in this world that you can label as pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Going to play a baseball game on a well-manicured field where they take the tarp on and off for you, and they're giving you presents and gifts, and you're getting a free trip to Cincinnati, and it's a free hotel, and you're getting treated like kings by the tournament organizers here. That's not pressure. That's a great event. Let's go attack and enjoy it.
And don't forget Connor's pocket tacos.
And Connor's pocket tacos.
We just talked to Connor Happer a minute ago, and he was sneaking tacos out
in
from
his
the
pocket.
Yeah, weird, very strange guy.
person.
You need to put a handle on him. He's a little out of control.
I've got enough on my plate.
That's right. Control the controllables. Control the
right.
controllables. You mentioned Prasco Park. It's a unique place. It's a very hitter-friendly ballpark. You've got some guys that have hit it really well this year, especially down the stretch. And they were all, by the way, most of them were named to the all-conference team. Isaac Waxman had a big week last week. Ben North had a great season. Teddy Dieters has come on as of late. When you ask them, when they go to the plate, where's that balance between how they have been swinging it this year and then also taking advantage of what Prasco Park could give them?
Well, my big message to them this morning when we thought we were going to play this morning and we met, right after breakfast, my message was that the best offensive game we've had in the last, I would say, month was a Tuesday night at Charles Schwab against Kansas, where we beat a top 10 team. And that night, Ben North's home run was to right center to win the game.
Yep.
And Connor Capisi had 4 hits, and they were all on the right side of the field. So my challenge to our offense today was, let's make sure we use the whole field. You do not have to pull the ball to think you're going to hit doubles and homers in this ballpark. This park will reward you with hard contact from foul pole to foul pole. So I want our guys to use the whole field tonight. I want them to try to drive the ball, but I don't want them to make themselves susceptible to the off-speed pitches because they're just trying to pull the ball for power. You don't need to do that here. So what I hope we get is a lot of gap-to-gap power, and if you do that, you stay on the ball appropriately, and then you're going to get rewarded in this ballpark.
Coach Kingston, what's going to be the pitching plan? Obviously, you hope you get this full game in and you're not having to, pull a starter because you played half a game, then you play the next game. Assuming everything goes as normal. I know Shea went last week, pitched a little bit in relief, and then came back and pitched on Sunday. What's kind of the plan moving forward after tonight?
Well, we'll have Pinau in game 1. We'll have Wilson Moggers in game 2. After that, everything is on the table. Much like last year, we had our first 2 starters, and then we had our game 3 starter coming out of the bullpen. Because if you win the first 2 games, it gives you a great advantage.
Yeah.
If you lose one of those first 2 games, then it's an uphill climb. So we have our first 2 starters assigned for the first 2 games. After that, everybody is in play. And so whatever we have to do to win the game behind those 2 starters is what we'll do.
Coach Mark Kingston, live from north of Cincinnati near Prasco Park, where the Big East tournament will get underway. We hope tonight, 6:30 airtime. We have control here because we're back in Omaha. What song on Yacht Rock do you want before pregame starts at 6:30?
Excellent question.
Wow, that is a great question. You're putting me on the spot. Shoot.
I mean, you got the
Can you
whole
give me a
Yacht
couple
Rock
options?
catalog.
Can you give me a couple options?
You like you got your Hall & Oates, you got your I just heard Don't Stop Believin' as I was back there in the studio. Christopher Cross is always a good Yacht Rock selection.
Well, let's go with Journey, Don't Stop Believing, or Christopher Cross, Run Like the Wind.
Run Like the Wind.
There we go.
All right.
Give me those 2 choices.
You got it. We'll make sure that's on. Now, you won't be able to hear it, but Connor will hear it in his headphones before he takes air
And
tonight.
I'll feel it.
All right. Coach, good luck this weekend. Bring back a title so we can go on the road for the tournament next week.
We'll do our best, guys. Thanks a lot.
You
Thanks,
bet.
Coach.
Mark Kingston joining us from Cincinnati here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone.
God, what a weird day.
Yeah, it is. That's a
Sounding
great
good spirits.
It's a great attitude to have, though. I mean, you can't do anything about the weather.
Nope.
You just wait through it. You play when you play. And there's something, too, that could be fun if this game, starts at 9:00 and you're playing
If
late.
Happer's up till 1 calling a baseball game, there could be something fun about that.
Well, I'm talking for the kids.
Oh, you
Forget
mean
about
for the broadcaster?
Forget about Mr. Pocket Taco. Let's just, for the kids, just go out there, have fun, and let it rip and see what happens. And the good news is most of these guys know what it's like to dogpile on that field because they did it 1 year ago.
Uh-huh. Indeed, they did.
All right, we'll be back. Mitch Sherman is joining us. A big announcement was made today by one of the stars of American sport.
Oh, wow.
We'll get to that, and at some point, we'll get to
Definitely. Bill Connolly's column. I can't wait to hit on it in August, finally.
I mean, this is a very long off season, Josh. We got a lot of time.
August is just a few months away. You never know how fast it's going to go by.
This is 1620 The Zone.
Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, real quick before we get to this professional guy who said something or something like that.
Yeah.
Speaking of professionals, we were talking in an earlier segment about Will Wade and how he's trying to have former professional athletes on his basketball team. Text from the 402. That's a very interesting question. A good question. Where do international professionals fit into the fold? As a Jays fan, obviously loved having Fedor, but should he have even been allowed to play? There has been this allowance by, I think, us collectively, the royal we, with overseas professionals. I can't speak for you. For me, it's always seemed fairly normal because professional leagues over there have guys that are really young.
Yes.
You know, like Luka was a pro at like 13 or something.
Yeah, it's very different.
Yeah.
It is different. And so it's hard to compare the American professional with the European or overseas professional.
Especially, I mean, because European basketball is not the NBA.
Correct.
You know, it is a lesser version. And there is, I think, collectively, we've always said, yeah, like European basketball is worse than college, which is worse than the NBA. Maybe that's not really true. So I think some of it is that. But I also think over here, at least, the guy is literally going up to the highest level of our basketball and then back down.
Exactly. They've already done the college thing. Now they're going up and coming back down. This isn't like the minor league system. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and so it's a really good question. Do we need to change our relationship with professionals, like overseas professionals? Maybe we do if we're going to be so hard line on stuff here. I personally don't think we have to.
No,
because
we
of the
shouldn't have
reasons
to.
that we just mentioned. Because how old was Fedor when he started playing for Creighton? He was still a normal college age.
Yeah.
Not to say that what's his name, RJ Lewis, isn't a normal college age, but still.
Well, today, Aaron Rodgers was asked about his future, and here's what he had to say.
Aaron, do you believe that this could be your last year? Do you even think of that right now?
Yes.
As in your last year?
This is it. Yeah.
There it is.
So annoying.
But isn't it nice to know?
It is. It's his last season.
It's his last season. Now we get to have the whole going away tour.
Yeah.
The other thing that was interesting, what he said today.
Tour.
Yes.
See, I don't feel that way about Rodgers. I mean, I get all the weird stuff that he's done off the field and the weird relationships he has with his family and the stuff he's done with the echinacea or whatever that crap was he was taking, tree bark. But just if you think about it as a player.
But he's not that player anymore. He was that player. He is nowhere near that level.
Who is? I mean, I don't think any differently of Peyton Manning because he wasn't the same guy at the end of his career.
No, but
That's what I'm saying.
It's just not very fun to watch. I'm excited to not have him in my life anymore because I find him annoying. Like even that little clip, you know, do you ever think of this your last year? And it's just a little pithy, yeah. And then you have to ask the follow-up. So is this your last year? This is whatever he said. This is it. Like even that type of stuff. He just can't have a normal conversation. I think he's a very fake individual. And so I'm going to be happy to not have him in the National Football League anymore.
Well,
plus I like rooting against him, you know?
Well, that's why you should want him around. You can keep
because he does. He's
him.
Such a lesser version of himself now, and it's fun. It's been really fun to root against him. That's true.
He also said today that he thought he was done once Mike Tomlin walked out, but then, quote, I thought that was probably it for me in Pittsburgh, but when the decision was made to hire Mike McCarthy, I started opening my mind back up to coming back.
Or was it the drugs?
See, I always thought the weirdness of how it ended in Green Bay. I always thought that was overblown. Obviously,
what are you talking about?
It was overblown.
No,
It's obviously was overblown. Why would he say that? Why would he say that
he's a
about
fake person? John, there were stories.
I disagree.
There were stories that came out when McCarthy got fired, and a lot of people inside the league thought that the sourcing was Aaron Rodgers crapping all over him. That it was him that was doing that.
Do we actually know that was true, or is that just hearsay?
I mean, yeah, I just said it was, it's sourcing that people think that was the case.
that people think that was the case.
If
Obviously,
a quarterback wants his head coach to still be on the
why would he
franchise.
come back to play for someone he obviously disliked?
I don't know.
Ego. Aaron Rodgers has ego.
He does have it. Yeah, he has a
Well, they
huge
all
ego.
have egos.
You don't think that their relationship was incredibly sour at the end? It was.
Well, it was probably. I mean, everything was sour at the end.
There were all those
because
stories about how they couldn't work together.
Because they weren't. But they're obviously working together now.
That happens. People get divorced and then they get remarried. People can.
Well,
do
there
that.
you go. See, but
so what's your? I don't know. What's the point then of this?
Well, the point is, I still
fine?
think it was still overblown.
I think
there
you
were
saying that in the moment. I thought you agreed. Like, yeah, this is a terrible relationship.
I don't even remember what I said in the moment. I don't even remember those days. Feels like decades ago.
Yeah, it was only 7 years, 8 years ago.
It's been a long time. Well, I'm just glad to know that we get one more great year of Aaron Rodgers.
This is great. This is you just being a classic John Contrarian. You're an Aaron Rodgers guy now? You're rooting for him?
No, I'm not rooting for him.
Okay, good.
I don't root for anybody that's not my team.
Except for Brett Favre.
I won't be rooting against him.
Okay, I will. I'm going to have a good time.
Too.
They're going to suck
be rooting
this year.
against him. But it'll be an interesting division.
I'd be very. That's the good thing for them is that the division has taken a massive step back, and
Big
you have
step back.
three new head coaches. And the only guy that's returning, people have been trying to fire Zach Taylor for years, and Joe Burrow is always hurt. He's been in the NFL for 6 years. Burrow's been hurt for 3 of them. Like season-ending injury type situations. Yeah, I'd be very surprised. Again, we talked about Aaron Rodgers the other day. He can still throw the ball far sometimes. He has zero mobility. And so I think that's going to be hard. Plus, they were trying to draft a wide receiver, and then the Eagles traded with the Cowboys and got that guy from right out under them, Mekhi Lemon. So I still think it's like a super good roster, and the only reason they won the division last year was because the division was bad.
Well, we were talking earlier when we were discussing the college football playoff and how Fox didn't even bid the last time it came up for bid.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a possibility that Fox could be seeing their final days of the NFL. Of all the networks, Fox has been the biggest to push back on the National Football League for wanting to go back to the table. And many have speculated that, Fox, already a little bit hard up for money, might not be able to afford the price to keep the NFL. Well, today on a podcast, 3 and Out podcast, John Middlecoff, who is a former front office executive in the NFL, predicts that Amazon will take over Sunday Night Football or just take over a Sunday package. Middlecoff said Thursday Night Football has taken a huge step in the world of sports. It's now appointment viewing. From a rating standpoint, a massive game. The level of games they're getting is much higher. Amazon is basically a $3 trillion company and getting more valuable. They clearly enjoy being in business with the NFL, and I think the NFL clearly enjoys being in business with them. Because unlike NBC, Fox, and CBS, when you're talking about billions upon billions of dollars, they don't have unlimited money. Amazon could buy the entire NFL package, triple it relative to everyone else, and not even blink an eye.
That's the biggest difference between them and the people that are in bed with the NFL right now. It's them and Netflix in terms of their market cap and how much higher. And especially compared to Fox, like monetarily, Murdoch family has a lot of money compared to you and me. But compared to all of the Ellison family, not so much. Compared to NBC, Comcast, not so much. And obviously compared to Amazon and Netflix, not so much. And so that is a really interesting idea. And I know in the piece it also mentioned the postseason last year and how many people watched that, how it was like the biggest Saturday game in X amount of years. Not the biggest Amazon Saturday game in the playoffs. No, the biggest Saturday NFL playoff game in however many years it was. And if they continue to show that millions upon millions of people are going to watch, they had their biggest season last year. Can they do that again? Like, that's the thing that they want. Like, there's been a lot of conversation about the NBA playoffs and how in rounds 1 and 2, there were huge games. LeBron's maybe last game ever. I don't think it will be, but LeBron's last game ever potentially, or certainly last game as a Laker, was on Amazon Prime. And people are like, this is ridiculous. There was a game 7 on Amazon Prime. But the difference between that and the NFL is that it people are still watching it on Amazon. They're still watching the NFL. Whereas with the NBA, it felt like a cash grab for cash grab's sake. With the NFL, yeah, they'll be doing it to get more money, but I don't think that regular fans are going to feel like they're put out. Like, oh no, I don't watch. No, we're already tuning in on Thursday nights. We're already tuning in the playoffs. It's going to happen eventually that NFL will end up on a streamer, like an actual package, not a Christmas game and not a random playoff game, but like a big dog property, not even Thursday. I don't know how soon that is. I mean, the real game changer, John, would be if it was a Sunday afternoon thing.
I mean,
that would be like, whoa.
I think it's very possible that they've already blown up the traditional way that they parse out NFL. I mean, now there's cross,
that's true.
There's cross flexing games and all this other stuff that I would not be surprised if in the future, if the NFL just sold, hey, you're going to get X number of games and you're going to get X number of games and you're going to get X number of games. And whichever network pays the most gets to choose which games they get first. And everyone else will just get what they get. And that there could be a draft of games. And
like you're bidding on the individual games.
Or you could be bidding on, yeah, exactly.
I want Chiefs Bills.
Or it could be like in college where they have to sit down and draft every week. Mm-hmm. And it's like, all right, here's week 3. Amazon, you gave us the most. You get the first pick. And then, obviously they won't scatter the kickoff. Well, they probably will scatter the kickoff times all over God's creation, but I would not be surprised if they changed the way that they organize the games in terms of creating television packages.
Baymon says no NFL on Fox would be just as weird now as it was when the NFL first joined Fox. Yeah, it's so funny. When that happened, it upended everything, but now they've been around for 30 some odd years.
I mean, it would be interesting that that the network that upended everything 30 years ago would be the network that gets upended when they upend again.
Yeah.
This time with Amazon.
A lot of upending.
A lot of upending. But it's something worth looking at, especially as we talk about the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
And who might be afforded to bid on those games.
Indeed, Nick. You know who can't afford to bid on those games?
Me.
Yeah. I was going to say Mitch Sherman, though.
Well, we don't know that.
I guess that's true. I don't know his bank account situation.
We'll have to ask him. Maybe he will. Maybe he will be bidding
actually
on
way
some of
richer
those.
How
than
much
you
is
guys
in your
thought.
checking account, Mitch?
Mitch Sherman joins us next on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The extent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
It's conversations like the one that was just being had off the air that makes me think maybe we need to roll back all of this legalizing drugs thing.
No drugs, John. Just having a conversation with coworkers.
Yeah, but man, did it sound like you guys were like knee deep in some Doritos and some bong hits.
No, it did not.
It did. Mitch, trust me, it was a weird conversation. They're talking about licking each other's eyeballs and
Okay. No, that is way out of
just
context.
some weird stuff.
Way out of context.
You should. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you just want to put on the air, I think.
Well, you know what? We got dumb debates coming up in an
We
hour.
do.
We'll talk about this stuff in an hour. We'll talk about it in an hour.
All right, I'll tune in.
Mitch, were you were overseas, right? Is that what you did?
Really?
We were overseas. Yeah, it was an anniversary trip. 25 years.
Let's go!
Congratulations, Mitch and
For,
Shannon. Yeah.
Yes. So we celebrated that in March, and then celebrated it again with a trip at a time that, when we put it on the calendar, it seemed like this was a perfect week to do it. I didn't know we were going to be missing regional softball with major implications into the regular season baseball. I suppose I could have looked at the calendar and figured that out. I just didn't know it would be so important.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what else you missed over the last week in terms of discourse.
Well, don't forget Tom Osborne's coach in waiting now. He's replacing
At Missouri.
No, at Iowa.
Iowa, sorry.
He's replacing Ferentz. You missed that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you go to the UK and France, you have no access to any kind of information coming out of the United States. So there's all kinds of stuff that happened that I couldn't even believe. It was like I was completely cut off from society in those cities. No, I had cell service and internet service, and I was able to even watch a little bit of the action, which made my wife very happy.
Oh, I bet. I bet. Though it's appropriate. I mean, for two people who met while working Husker athletics, so many years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it does kind of feel appropriate that you would be
That's true.
nose deep in, college baseball. We're on an overseas trip.
No doubt about that. Yeah, and to be clear, we were not nose deep in college baseball.
You were nose deep
or college baseball while on an overseas trip, but we were aware of what was happening.
I can just see it now. Hey, look, Big Ben, Parliament. Oh man,
another home run. They were down 6-1, and they came back and won that game. Mitch,
if you only knew how close to what you're describing is to reality.
Mitch, there was this conversation that kind of took over our show a little bit last week, and it seemed like it was being discussed and bantied about amongst the fan base, and that was the idea of Nebraska football learning how to walk before they can run. Where because of all of the money conversations we've had lately about Matt Rule, and he's been talking about Oregon and Ohio State and Indiana, and some people are like, whoa, can't you just focus on Minnesota and Iowa and Illinois? I wonder what you have made of that conversation that you didn't participate in last week because you were overseas, but it's kind of always there in the ether, right? We're always talking about Nebraska and the big goals, but also the goals right in front of their face at this moment in time.
Do you have to pick? Like, do you have to choose?
You don't.
You have to be like, we only need to strive to be as good as Minnesota and Iowa, which collectively beat Nebraska by 40 points or whatever last season. Like, can't you try to be as good as everyone in your league? I don't think there's a point in setting the bar low. Like, you can fully admit that you still have work to do to catch up with the teams in the middle of the league. And not that Iowa's in the middle of the league. I don't want to get like caught saying that. Iowa was near the top of the league last year, and has been consistently for just about as long as Nebraska's been a part of the Big Ten. But you can set your sights on all of them, on like every team that's above you. I don't think it's an either or conversation. It's like the same kind of discourse I think was being had in reaction to the comments that Anthony Calandria made to Pete Nakos about wanting to win 11 or 12 games at Nebraska. It's like, what would you prefer him to say if you don't like that? Do you want him to say that he's aiming to get to the Music City Bowl? Like that's the goal. Like I hope we can play in the Motor City Bowl next year. Like that's why I came here. No, I mean, you want on one hand, you want to be realistic, but at the same time, like it's the off season right now. It's May. You should set your sights on being as good as you can.
So on the conversation of money, is it all right for Matt Rule to continue to say, we need the money to catch up to those guys at the top, even though, I mean, the consensus opinion is they haven't done enough with the money that they already have?
Yeah, it's a tightrope to walk. I don't think he should let his foot off the gas. I think that he understands, and you heard the comments from Troy Dannon on the day where they announced the stadium project that, this is number one priority for Matt Rule in the offseason. Right up there with there are hours of the day where there's not a lot that he can do to coach his football team. He's not with them through this time of the year. Yeah, I mean, he can strategize and he can condition and prepare his assistant coaches to be ready to coach them. But I mean, look, you're paying this guy $8 million a year and he's expected to multitask. And one of the most important things that he has to do is be out there and be a salesman for Nebraska football and be a fundraiser and appeal to whatever the factions are that bring money in for the program so that he can spend and buy players. And just because you haven't been the most efficient in your time, just because Nebraska hasn't been the most efficient, Nebraska's been the opposite of efficient for the last decade plus. It doesn't mean that you give up on the idea of raising money and of generating the ability to fuel the life of your program. So I know it creates some hard feelings. Some of these conversations do because they're so much different than what we're used to in the sport. But I don't think Matt Rule needs to apologize to anybody for continuing to bang the drum about the importance of Nebraska raising money for his football program.
Mitch, we have reached that point of the offseason we get to every year, especially lately, and that's where we're talking about playoff expansion and what's going to happen with the sport. Tony Petitti's idea for 24 teams, when it came out last year, I mean, pretty much roundly mocked, from all corners of the sport. There really wasn't anyone who agreed with it. And now, a year later, but outside of the SEC, and that's really only Sankey. It's not even the coaches because they seem to support it. It's now almost the consensus with the power brokers of the sport. How has this happened year over year? Is it as simple as we got to pay the players? It is as simple as coaches looking at a James Franklin getting canned when he did and saying, I got to make sure that I'm protected. Like, how did this go from a laugher to something that I think feels inevitable?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable too. And you can tune into the Locked On Nebraska podcast on Thursday morning and hear Connor and I talk about this for 15 minutes about the 24 team playoff and how it appears to be inevitable and what it means for Nebraska. I think that we've gotten from where we were a year ago when I agree with you, like it was laughed at, like 24 teams. What are you talking about? We just went to 12.
Yep.
Well, now we've been at 12 for a couple of years and we've heard the arguments from the teams that got left out of a 12 team playoff. And I think people take a minute to ponder like, oh, well, they could be in, and then you can put a few more teams in. And like, it seems more palatable. Also, I think we're a year deeper into this world in college football where everything that is traditional and old in the way that we look at the sport and romanticize the sport because it's what we grew up loving, whether you fell in love with college football in the 1980s or in the 2010s, like your idea of what was once great about the sport, of what what sold you on college football, what made you become a fan, is really long gone. Other than just like the competitive nature of the game, like you can still turn on a game on a Saturday afternoon and be captivated by just the competitiveness and the players and the effort and everything. Everything else, like the structure of it and the way rosters are put together and the way teams are grouped, it's all just gone. So, and this last year has been another big year in advancing that narrative. So I think we're a year deeper into that. It's like, all right, well, you want to double the size of the playoff? Fine. We're throwing everything else out the window that we grew up loving. So why not do this too?
We all remember, of course, when the 24 idea was first thrown out there, it was the automatic bids, it was the quota bowls, all those different things that the Big Ten initially wanted. Then they obviously pulled back from that. Do you still think that ultimately is what the Big Ten wants? Are those auto bids, or are they just happy, hey, it's 24 teams, and now that we've got the bully pulpit and we've won the last 3 national titles, we're not afraid about an all-at-large field?
Yeah, I think once you get to that large of a group, like you're not so worried about auto bids. Because if you're not in the top 24, the team that gets left out of the tournament is always going to have a gripe, and their fans are always going to be up there and really upset. I mean, just look at basketball. You're going to have a 76 team field, and there are going to be teams and fan bases that are mad that they got left out. No, that's just the nature of it, no matter how many teams get in. But yeah, it's a lot easier to I think accept whatever system is used to pick the teams if you're going that big. So I don't think the Big Ten is going to, I could be wrong, and I don't know what the Big Ten has in mind for the way to select those teams, but I think the bigger the field gets, the less important it is about how you get to that 24 number.
It is, of all the things, Mitch, that have happened in recent vintage in college football, is this potentially the best thing that could have happened to Nebraska football? I mean, every playoff expansion so far, certainly 4 was like, wow, they feel so far away, and even 12 to some degree. This would seem to be, for the first time in a while, something where I know that they still haven't finished in the top 25 in 13, 14 years, but it's like that's an attainable goal in theory, and if you can do that, then you're making the playoff field.
Yeah, if you can't do that, and if that's out of reach, then what are you even doing? Yeah. Like you better make a change. I think on the surface it seems like that, but if you start missing that, year after year after year, then it wasn't a good thing. But yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it kind of resembles, I think, what the NCAA tournament is like in sports like baseball and basketball. Like the expectation will become you need to make the field, and you maybe don't need to make it every single year, but you need to make it more often than you don't. And if you can do that as a football team, then great. Like you're in the dance, you get to care about your team and be invested in it for an entire season. And I think right now Nebraska fans will be happy with being able to do that. Eventually, if you start making it every year, then there's going to be demands to win in the postseason. But at first, it would be, boy, if we could just be a part of this party, that would be incredible. Since Nebraska's never been a part of the playoff. So yeah, right at the beginning, on the surface, for sure, it's a great thing, I think, for Nebraska, because the access to get there is just so much more realistic. But like anything else, once you get deep into it, like expectations are going to change. And if Nebraska made the 24 team field a couple of times, let's say they made it 2 of the first 4 years or 5 years, and they went 0-1. Then there's going to be people who are upset and say, that's all you're going to do? You're never going to get past the round of 24. Like we need a Final Four team here. You need a Final 12 team here. And that's just the way of the world.
One of the other things that came out of Big Ten meetings yesterday was Big Ten openly talking about basically doing their own thing, creating their own rules, creating their own salary cap, their own enforcement, basically replacing what the College Sports Commission is supposed to be doing. And the way they talk about it, it's very open. Like, hey, this is something that, we think is going to end up needing to be done. Is this the next logical step in what we've always been fearing is the big breakup?
Yeah, I think that's the end. Like if you do that, and maybe you form a partnership with the SEC and do that. But this is like what Jamie Pollard, the Iowa State athletic director, was talking about this week, where it's like maybe it'd just be better if they go. And and the more people talk about that, the sooner it's going to come up in like a legislative session or I don't know. It's sometimes it seems like we're far away from that, and then you hear conversations like what we're having and interviews like comments from administrators like what Jamie Pollard said, and you say maybe we're not that far away from it. Maybe the next time that all these broadcast rights get dispensed and when the postseason, the new postseason structure arrives, the postseason structure could change as early as 2027. So you could be going to 24 teams next year. So it could be sooner rather than later. I don't know. I need to know but for me to say that, first of all, if the Big Ten is going to make its own rules, then it has to go and be separate. Like you can't compete for the same championship with the Big 12 and the ACC if you don't play by the same rules, and you just there's no roster limits or there's no salary cap or whatever. Like I don't know how I feel about that yet. Like that would be a more seismic change than all of this other stuff that we've been through the last decade or 2 decades. And I would need to see, like, before I say how I felt about it, I would need to see like what the bones of it look like. Are you still going to play these teams? Like, or are they going to be in a completely separate league, like a completely separate classification? Or could you in theory still have a Nebraska Oklahoma State, like we're seeing this weekend and on the softball field? That's a slippery slope to go down, and it maybe is inevitable with the direction that college sports is going.
Mitch, looking at baseball and for a moment going in the rear view with basketball, we spent so much of the end of the season before the tournament talking about like what do they need to do? There were some that said, I just want one win and I don't care what else happens after that. Others said, no, they got to make it to the second weekend. Where are you at with the baseball team, given it seems like they're going to host? There's probably an outside shot, though, that they don't. Like, is this one of those years where it's like they got to get to the Supers for the first time since 2005? Not to say, like, for the season to be worthwhile, but, like, this has been a good team. They've had a lot of success this year. It's almost like, is this time for the program to get back to that level?
Yes. And I think we're, I don't know. I haven't been here but I've been reading what people are saying. I think they're going to host. Like, I don't know how much real debate there is left. I mean, the RPI is in the top 10. So I get it that there's like some metrics and some national rankings that still have them outside of the top 16, but very few of the projections are there, and they're a solid 2 behind the number 1 team in the country in this conference, which I get it is not a mega conference, power conference like it is in other sports. But man, no matter what happens this week in Omaha, 41-14, like I think they're definitely hosting. And if they don't, like, it's a huge snub. And the Big Ten has been snubbed before. The Big Ten was snubbed last year on Memorial Day. So you're right. I guess there's an outside shot, but wow, I would be surprised. I think if they get that host spot, then you have to win a regional in order for this season to be considered like a big step forward. And anything less than that is a disappointment. I mean, is the whole season a disappointment? No, but it would definitely be a disappointing finish. Much like if Nebraska basketball as a 4 seed gets to the dance and then would have lost in the first round against Troy. I think that's kind of how this baseball season would be viewed if there's a Lincoln Regional and Nebraska doesn't come out on top. I don't think you have to get to Omaha. I mean, you're going to be an underdog, most likely. I mean, I suppose there could be there very possibly could be an upset on the other side of the regional, and maybe you end up at home for a super regional, and then expectations change. But I think you're playing with house money at that point. Like if you get to you haven't been to a super since 2005, so do that, and then this is a very memorable and memorable season, and one that would be celebrated for a long time.
Oh yeah,
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, welcome back home. Have a great rest of your week. You get a long weekend to recoup, so that's a good thing. Of course, there's baseball going on, and softball.
I'll be taking in some baseball and softball.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
All right, take care, Mitch. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
And don't forget, you can catch him on the Locked On Nebraska podcast with Mr. Pocket Taco himself, Connor Happer.
Mr. Pocket Taco makes my pocket taco. That's what they say, Nick. Or makes my taco pocket.
Sure. So when we come back, we'll get into the playoff and how I think, just thinking through all the different things that this is going to entail and how it is going to be a massive change for the sport. And as we go into that, we'll go to break on this. I just saw this tweeted out from must be a BYU fan, but they went back and looked at the 24th place team in the AP poll going back to 1989. Interestingly enough, 3 Nebraska teams would have been the last team in the playoff had we had 2014 playoffs under this format, using the AP as this guide, of course, because there wasn't a committee.
Well, if they're 24th, they might have missed out because of the G6.
Like a G6?
Not to be pedantic.
Yeah, don't be pedantic.
No,
Who cares? It's stupid.
You're the one quoting a BYU fan on Twitter. I'm just trying to make sure we all understand the rules here.
I understand that, but I
was proving a point to say, like, you could even miss the playoff. Like, that's
yes, you could. But the point is more this. Think of these Nebraska teams and whether or not you thought they were playoff worthy, or you would have been excited to see these teams in a playoff.
I mean, the answer to that is yes. But tell me.
2011 Nebraska ended up 24th.
Yeah, they were. They beat some good teams.
2005 Nebraska.
Hell yeah, Corey Ross. Let's go. That team was on a winning streak at the end of the year. Remember, Harrison Beck came in. They beat Kansas State, restored the order against Colorado.
1990 Nebraska.
That's the worst Tom Osborne team, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they were bad. 9-3-1. Is that team?
9-3.
9-3.
That was the team that got skunked by Colorado in the fourth quarter by Eric the Enemy, and got skunked by Oklahoma.
45-10 or something like that. Yuck.
And then got skunked in the bowl game against Georgia Tech.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Scott Frost also had a record with a 9 and a 3 in it.
He did.
2021 would not have made the playoff.
2021 would not have made the playoff, but Utah State would have.
Nice. Good for them.
At 11-3.
Nice.
Well, there's actual playoffs who also just recently expanded.
That's true.
And they're down to their final 4. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The action moves back to the West. But last night, of course, I would go to my Underdog app and I would win with the superior East Conference. My Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson, Big Jim Harden 3-way went through spectacularly, and I made 4 times my money.
Let's go, John.
And so tonight, I acquiesced. I have something on a West matchup tonight.
Oh?
Between whoever's playing. We in the East, we don't care.
OKC and San Antonio.
Is that who it is?
Yeah, the 2 best teams in the NBA. Yeah, it's just them.
Well, you can do that too by going and downloading the Underdog app. You can do it right here in Nebraska. And speaking of bonuses and extra plays, use our promo code at sign up, and you can do that too.
1620 The Zone is the promo code. You get $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Looking at tonight's game, Big Vic, 24.5, higher or lower on points. SGA really struggled in game 1. His number is 29.5. And what about old Chet Holmgren? A lot of people have been saying things about him. Higher or lower, 13.5 points. All of those and so much more available right now. Again, the promo code is 1620. The Zone. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
So, of course, you are all aware, Josh and I aren't big fans of 24, the playoff nobody wanted. Of course, us and the vast, vast, vast majority of the college football consuming public, apparently, because every poll I've ever seen on this subject, there are more people that would go back to 4 before they'd go to 24.
Though now it seems like everyone I talk to likes the idea of going to 24 because they're so anti-ESPN pilled that they can't see beyond that. Well, ESPN doesn't want it, so I don't want it either.
Well, could I convince you that anything Tony Petitti thinks is a good idea is actually a bad idea?
See, and they don't have the hatred of tone like you do. No,
well,
to be fair, nobody does.
I mean,
tone deaf.
I mean, Tone literally helped kill an entire conference. ESPN did not do that.
That's true.
Tone's boys, now Tone wasn't in charge at the time, but the people like Tone wanted to kick your school, Nebraska, out of the Big Ten because they wanted to play football, forgetting conveniently that Ohio State also wanted to play football during COVID.
Idiots on TV.
Who had many friends behind the scenes agreeing with them.
I know, you just
nodding their
can't blame,
heads.
like, I don't
But
like
it's
Tony.
true.
You can't blame
It's-
Tone for that. He was in baseball in
I didn't say
2020.
no. I said Tone.
You
People
said it's
like
people.
Tone.
Yeah.
Remember, it's all the same. It's all the same family. You know, the Corleones are still the Corleones, whether it's Michael running it or Vito or whoever that guy was in episode 3 that nobody liked. But I'm going to try to spell out the different ways because as I went on my walk last night
and saw the deer,
It's a cool video.
I was thinking of all the different ways that the sport will be changed, dramatically changed, by just going to 24. It's not just as simple as, well, the playoffs expanding. It's going to double the teams. The way that people address the sport, think about the sport, talk about the sport, act inside the sport, it's good. The trickle-down effect is going to be quite dramatic. And so here's what I outlined as some of the ways that I see it would change. Now, had we had the bracket this past year, this is what the bracket would have looked like. Congratulations, Iowa. You're a playoff team.
Good. They were good last year.
Congratulations, Utah. You don't get to play Nebraska anymore. You get to play Michigan in a playoff game.
Oh, wow. Kyle Whittingham. That's awkward. That's his new team.
Houston and BYU, congratulations. Your playoff teams. Notre Dame would have been a playoff team.
Oh, so see, their fans are probably hearing this and saying, John, I thought you were telling me this is bad. This all sounds good.
All right, here's one of the biggest ways that I think 24 changes the sport, and that is in the way of scheduling. The idea, because the way that Tone originally sold 24 was, well, if we have quotas and every conference gets so many automatic bids, now there's no danger in scheduling tough non-conference games because essentially those games don't matter as much. You can get into the playoff by just being top 4 in your league. Obviously, they've put that idea off to the side for now, and it's just straight 24 teams get in. But as I was thinking through this last night, every time we have expanded the playoff, we've always said out loud, well, now teams are going to need to schedule tougher in the non-conference so they can impress the committee by having more quality wins. And yet every time we've expanded the playoff, we haven't seen this rash of
it's easier
of new games. Michigan just a couple of years ago showed the whole world, hey, we can play 3 cream puffs in the non-conference and we're fine. Indiana last year, we can play 3 cream puffs because our coach's name is literally Cream Puff Kurt. It doesn't matter because we already play non-conference games. So I don't think there's any more motivation to schedule better non-conference games. But here's where it kind of expands even more. Because now with a 24-team playoff, if you're a Big Ten or an SEC school, if you lose 3, and in the case of Iowa last year, 4 times, you're probably safe. 3 for sure, you're probably safe of getting into the playoff.
Well, here, real quick, go back to the 24. So last year, Iowa, they would be in. They were a 4-loss team in the regular season.
They would have been the only one.
Okay, so they would have been the only one. I was going to add it up real fast. Okay.
But the idea is that with 3, let's just say for the argument's sake, 3 losses.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Nebraska, if you're a school right now like a Nebraska who has been on the outside looking in, you would almost be foolish knowing that you've got a schedule coming up that includes 3 playoff teams from a year ago and a couple of teams that have had your number in recent years. What would be the motivation for Matt Rule to want to have anybody challenge them in the non-conference? Because you're already on that cusp of, man, if we lose to those teams we're supposed to lose to, we can't afford another loss.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a lot of schools out there who are kind of in a similar boat to Nebraska, who already have to play those non-conference games. I don't think there is any extra motivation to schedule a difficult non-conference game. And so whatever tone or anyone else is trying to sell you, well, now you got more mulligans. Sure, you've got more mulligans, but if you're in Ohio State, the difference between that first loss and that second loss could be that first round bye. For Nebraska, the difference between that third loss and that fourth loss could be not getting in. And that could be the difference in whether or not you decide to schedule a tougher non-conference.
The only pushback I would offer as a form of a devil's advocate would be if the committee actually does start treating intent as a valuable piece to the puzzle. Because then I would say, if I am fighting for seeding, and look, I scheduled hard, and my 10-2 is better than their 11-1. But until we actually see that, it's hard to say.
We have never seen that behavior. Well, we've only had a couple of years, but we haven't seen that behavior from the committee yet. I can't believe that it's going to start now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
We have to go under the assumption the committee's going to continue to rank the way they have ranked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like that's the case.
Also, one other thing about scheduling, and we'll go to break on this because there's other things on the other side. Think about a G6 school. Because you're a G6 school and you're trying to get into that top 24. Do you have motivation to want to play a Power 4 team? Let's say you're a Boise State. If you're an 11-1, maybe a 10-2 Boise State, you're probably thinking we got a good shot of being ranked, which means we're in the playoff. Why would you want to schedule Alabama or Ohio State or Tennessee?
See, I definitely would disagree with that.
I don't think there's motivation to do that.
No, I mean, the evidence that I would use is when Boise made it a couple years ago, they got in on really the back of losing to Oregon closely. They don't treat G6 now schools that are undefeated against patsies very well. Remember a few years ago with Liberty, like that team was, I don't think they were ranked throughout any portion of the year, but they had to put somebody in at the end. They don't treat G group of 5, group of 6 teams well if they don't try. So I would push back against that because they actually have shown that. I mean, there are years where they're not ranked.
You might be right, but remember, you've just expanded this field now. You've just gone from 12 to 24. And we always see those token, G6 teams end up somewhere in the rankings. And that could be, I'm not saying everyone would do this, but there is a possibility. There is a possibility that some of these G6 schools might take on a bit of a different schedule or maybe schedule each other a little more in the non-conference in an effort to separate themselves from the rest of the G6 pack and thus get ranked versus taking on that Texas or taking on that Nebraska, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back because still to come, you've got other elements that are going to change, like the calendar. And I want to get to the rivalry games argument, which was made really well this week by Bill Conley of ESPN. We'll do that and have more next on 1620 The Zone. So more ways that 24 will change the sport. The ranking itself is going to be very interesting because the work that the committee will be asked to do is going to more than double. Think about it. Right now, because we're already 25 team pilled with rankings, they put out a top 25. But what's that going to be when we go to 24 teams? Are they just going to continue to do a top 25? Or are they going to have to expand it out to 30 or 35 to give us an idea of, hey, who's on the outside looking in?
Yes. You, in my opinion, you have to. You have to make the number larger because you need to know if you are in a world where there are 40 ranked teams, you need to know if you're 28.
Ranking expansion. I hate that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or this would be a way to just get rid of that stupid show to begin with because we don't need the show anyway.
We don't, but I think it's in the contract and they're going to keep it.
But if you expand the playoff, maybe you can tear that part of the contract.
I don't think they can, but we'll see. Also, if you hate the politicking, it's going to get worse because now you'll still have
been the case.
You'll still have the politicking at the top because people saying we should be a top 8 or we should be here, or we should be there. But now you're going to have politicking from all of these 2, 3, and 4 loss teams, not to mention all these G6 teams saying, hey, wait a second, we're 11-0. We should be in over 8-4 Nebraska.
I'll be honest, this is the part that I don't care about. Like, I can ignore the politicking. I care about how it affects the actual games and the season itself. I will ignore the shows.
The expectations and goals component is going to be really fascinating.
We talked about it from a Nebraska perspective yesterday. It's one of the few things that I like about it is that we can define Nebraska's success in a whole new way.
Tired, using the tired wired meme, tired conference titles, wired playoff berths.
100%.
Now, we've already devalued conference championships anyway.
Yeah, again,
but now they're even more devalued.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing for me.
But now we have created or will have created an NFL benchmark. In the NFL, it's playoffs or bust. And how that is going to affect, especially in the Power 4. Because now, if you're a Power 4 program and there's a 2014 playoff, in my world, you have no excuses not to make it.
Correct.
From the top of your league to the bottom of your league, you no longer have an excuse not to make it. Because now you can lose 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 games and still get in. That you should still be in position to contend at the end of the season. And pity those programs that don't.
You mean like a program around here that hasn't been in the top 25 at the end of the year since 2012?
Maybe. Also, coaches, are they safer? I don't know. I think you could see a lot more volatility in terms of coaches. If you have a program that misses out on the playoff 2 or 3 times, I think the leash could even get shorter on some of these.
Yeah,
coaches.
I mean, again, thinking about this question from the localized perspective, all of a sudden, you got to make it to the playoff, because it's like all you got to do is be a top 25 team, basically. It's like, if you can't do that, what are you doing around here? And so I think that it would save some jobs. I think it would force other guys to get fired. And we, of course, acknowledge this doesn't mean anything different from Bama or Ohio State. Like they're not about, well, I made the playoff. Ryan Day made the playoff last year and they still hate his guts. Like Kalen DeBoer made the playoff and they want him fired. Like that's not going to change anything. It's going to be about how deep into the tournament you go.
The rivalry games. Now, here is where Bill Connelly comes in, and I thought he spelled it out very, very well. Because one of the arguments is, well, with more playoff teams, that means more games at the end of the season matter. Well, yes, games that used to just be games will matter more. But games at the top of the ladder, like Michigan, Ohio State, for example, won't mean as much because in the past, there have been stakes on those games that the winner is in the playoff, the loser is usually out or fighting for their lives to stay in. So he came up with, using last year's rankings, he spelled out how rivalry week would have felt last year. And here's what he wrote. So the Michigan-Ohio State game. In real life, meaning what actually happened was, Michigan needed to upset Ohio State to have any hope to get into the playoff. They probably weren't going to get in anyway, but they had to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State, they knew they were comfortably in. If we had a 2014 playoff, both teams would have been in. Michigan, as we saw,
And Michigan
already,
comfortably, yeah.
and Michigan was comfortably in the playoff. So that game really didn't have many stakes outside of just the rivalry aspect.
Yeah.
The Iron Bowl, Alabama, as Bill wrote, Alabama had to beat Auburn to keep its place in the college football playoff field, proceeded to blow a 17-point lead before rallying to win late. Meanwhile, Oklahoma needed to beat LSU to hold on to a berth, and they trailed late before a late score won the game. With a 2014 playoff, both those teams would have been comfortably in and would have had opening round home games regardless. So the stakes in those games, again, beyond a rivalry component, wouldn't have mattered as much.
Mm-hmm.
Texas and Vanderbilt needed to beat A&M and Tennessee respectively and hope for chaos to get them in the field. They both won but didn't get into that chaos. But with a 2014 playoff, they both got in anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia Tech facing Georgia could have had playoff stakes with a 24-teamer, but the committee actually boosted the Yellow Jackets in the rankings after they lost to the Dogs. Turned out they were in regardless. As he wrote, only 2 rivalry games last year would have been enhanced by the 2014 playoff. Arizona would have replaced Arizona State in the field as they won the Territorial Cup, as they call it. And Virginia clinched both an ACC title and a CFP berth with a win over Virginia Tech.
I can add one more to that. Nebraska, Iowa would have gone up a notch because if Nebraska is now they got bludgeoned, so it wasn't even close. But if Nebraska upsets Iowa, Iowa's knocked out. Iowa beat Nebraska. Iowa got in. So I can come up with at least one more.
But
that's not an argument for it. I'm just presenting one more.
But I thought it spelled out the argument well. Yes, you're going to elevate some mid-pack games, but you're going to devalue teams who are playing late in the season at the top because most of those teams already know they're in the field. And I would, to anyone who makes the argument of, well, what about the seeding? That is an NFL-like argument. Sure. Would you like to have a top 8 seed? Of course. But the drama in college football has always been about getting in, not about where you're seated. It's always been about, do I get in?
Well, and
I get a chance to play?
And we've seen in the NFL in recent years, outside of the 1 versus 2, and basically 1 versus 5 if it's a division champ, NFC North a couple of years ago, we have seen teams not really care. Your team, famously, your team doesn't really care a lot of the time. If they're locked into the playoffs, but we could be a 4 or a 5 or a 6, like they don't really care.
Exactly.
Or not 4 because you can host. But if you're a 5, 6, 7, the Rams don't really care.
Correct.
And they will. And so seeding, even in the NFL, again, beyond getting a bye or a home game, it doesn't really seem to matter. And if you have a home game, I've seen teams slide between 2, 3, and 4. Again, they don't really seem to care very much.
Yeah, you're taking a sport that has a certain mindset and asking it to change to a pro mindset. And I don't think it's as simple as, well, fans are used to it in the NFL, so they'll be used to it in college. People consume those sports differently. I believe that most NFL
chosen
fans
by a committee as well. It's
most
not,
NFL fans follow the entire sport. A lot of college football fans just follow their school.
But again, the NFL, you win and you know where to. I'm winning and my team, I'm rooting for this. It's not that way in college because there's a committee that would choose this stuff.
This one's not as important, but I thought I would.
I don't care
bring
about
it up
this.
anyway.
This is not an argument that I will hear and say, "Oh no," and I don't think it would be fair for us to pretend that we care about bowl games that we make fun of every December.
The only reason I bring this up is, if you read Doctorman earlier this week, the idea was if we go to a 2014 playoff, the four power conferences would just take the 5 teams that didn't get in.
Mm-hmm.
And pool them together, and they would get matched up. The SEC last year didn't have enough bowl-eligible teams to fill their quota.
Oh, wow.
Only Mizzou, because if we'd had a 2014 playoff last year, Mizzou, Tennessee, and LSU would have missed out. Those are the only bowl-eligible teams.
In terms of being 6-6 or better?
Correct.
Wow.
And from the Big 12, of their 5 teams, remember, Iowa State, because they lost Matt Campbell, and Kansas State opted out.
Yeah, because their coach retired.
And then the final thing, how would the calendar look? And now here's something that, if we did it this way, would be okay. I'm not saying this is the calendar, but I used this year as an example. So the regular season, 13-week regular season, so that's a built-in 1-bye regular season, starts August 29th, which is the Saturday before Labor Day weekend.
The Saturday before Labor Day weekend.
Well, the Saturday of Labor Day weekend is the Saturday of Labor Day.
I guess that's true, yeah. It's the week before.
It starts August 29th.
It's got to be your bowl, Nick.
The college football playoff first round would be where our rivalry games currently are, and that is the Saturday of Thanksgiving.
And what is always interesting about that is rivalry weekend has not always traditionally been on Thanksgiving. That is much more of a recent phenomenon than, I think a lot of people would realize. Now, around here it has been, but Michigan, Ohio State famously played in mid-November for many, many years.
Then the second round would be the following week where the conference championship games used to be. And then to make the schedule work, because you do have Christmas in the middle, you would actually take a week off, have your quarterfinals on the 19th, then take a week off so you can time your semifinals on January 1st. And then your championship would be January 11th, which is that Monday.
So it'd actually move it up.
That's my proposed calendar.
I'll do you one better. I'd say you move up the quarters to the 12th. You move up the semis to the 19th, and you finish the title on January 1st, like the good Lord intended.
Yeah, now the question is, would they want to do that because they want multiple games on January 1st? I don't know. That's why I did it this way.
Yeah. That's how I would do it. If this is like, again, where I'm trying to find silver linings of this idea, one of the silver linings that I would love to find is fixing the schedule a little bit. And I think if you had the title game on the 1st, I think that would be extraordinary. But you're right. Like, they want multiple games on January 1, so that's probably not going to happen. I think people would like the season ending on January 11th, not January. What is it going to be, the 25th this year? Wow, that is so late.
That is very late.
Like, solving that problem, I think people would dig.
So there's a lot to change. And again, that's just only what I could think of, but I'm guessing there's probably other things that would feel or look or act differently if we had 24.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot out there. Hopefully we never have to get to that.
I, John, think that we will, and we'll have it within the next few years.
You'll eat your slop and like it.
So does this mean that Tone will order the assassination of the heads of the 5 families?
I don't know, John. I'm not going to talk about what's in a bathroom like in The Godfather. But yeah, I think that this is going down.
What if we taped the gun behind it? Who gets Mo Greened in this situation?
Excellent question.
Who gets Mo Greened? Is
Nick,
it Larry
get that
Scott
reference?
2.0?
Who gets the horse? Who is the horse?
Who gets the horse? I'm worried for you, John, that you're going to wake up with a horse's head in your bed.
From Tone?
Tone.
From Tone?
You better stop talking about the 24 team like you do.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, real quick, going back to the previous segment, Fight says the odds of a 10-2 G5 team getting in over an 8-4 SEC or Big Ten team are low. No, I think they're very high because there will be an auto bid for the John, you were talking about from the auto bid perspective. Yeah. So that'll happen. It just depends on the highest ranked auto or G16. Now.
That's the other thing about the ratings too. We've often said that the ratings, the committee uses the back half of the ratings to justify the front half. I don't know if they can do that anymore, can they? Because now they're rating. I mean, these teams that they're rating are in. So they
would use teams 35 through 40 to.
Oh, great.
Yeah. But it definitely wouldn't matter as much because, they do back of the top 25 now to fit their narrative. You're not really having to do a whole lot of that with your narrative when it's, teams 20 through 24.
Why don't we just change the ranking to all 136 teams?
Excellent idea, Nick. Excellent idea.
Well, coming up next, it's Dumb Debates.
Yes.
We have another How Do You Like Your Food?
Ooh.
And let's see, and a few others that we'll get to as well. Quite a few good ones this week. So
I have
stick around.
multiple ones ready to go in the holster.
1620 The Zone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is the happy hour on a Wednesday.
It's on the air.
Which means it's time for Dumb Debates, your opportunity to take over the Grum by asking us anything and everything. We answer it all, from the mundane to the interesting to the downright stupid. But it's not called Stupid Debates. It's called Dumb Debates.
Because of the alliteration.
Just send us your Dumb Debates anytime, day or night, into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Least favorite amendment.
What?
Said we do anything. Least favorite amendment.
What's the one that gave
2A?
What's the one that gave women the right to vote?
Whoa, John! There are some people that think that. Why do they call it suffrage? Second Dumb Debates question. Call women's suffrage. Well, I could Google it. I just don't know why. That's what it's called.
Honestly, the least favorite amendment is the one that they repealed, and it was prohibition.
Bring back prohibition, says John.
No. I said no. The original prohibition
yeah.
was dumb.
They
it was
were
so
like,
dumb they went back and did it. And you know who led the movement for prohibition? Women.
They did. What do they call them? Teetotalers?
But John,
teetotalers?
Those women are the reason we have NASCAR today.
Okay.
Because of the bootleggers.
Never mind. Don't care. Oh, okay. All right.
You can also send us your dumb
That's where NASCAR started, Josh.
into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Let's start with this one from Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Sent in the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. I was driving through Columbus. Then I drove past a sports bar that had Casey Thompson painted on the side of the building.
What?
So my question is, if you owned a sports bar, what former player who was on your team for only one season would you paint on the side of your building? I know Josh's answer, Greg Hardy.
Damn it, I was about to make a Greg Hardy joke. God, I hated that man so much. I've never been so triggered by a free agency signing as I was Greg Hardy.
I mean, the answer for me is easy.
Who?
Dieter Brock.
So I got to like this.
It's either Dieter Brock or maybe George Bell. George Bell when he was a Cub.
Oh, man. I'm trying to think of players that I... See, they haven't really signed a lot of guys that they only had for a year that I liked.
I could
they
also...
had Ryan Leaf. What about Ryan Leaf in a Cowboys
You could. I could also do Nick Castellanos when he was a Cub.
Now that...
For like 2 months.
And with Tom Brenneman in the background taking off his headset for the final time. That'd be a fun one. Nick, anybody that's been on your favorite car or whatever for a day or a year? Engine and... Favorite engine?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking questions.
No, it made me miss Andrew Van Ginkel more, but the Dolphins had him for more than a season.
God, I hated Greg Hardy so much.
Are there other like famous Husker athletes that were just around for the 1 year?
Bryce McGowan's, or was it Trey? I always forget which was the 5-star.
Yeah.
Bryce, I think it was Bryce McGowan's.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of them. Trying to think of other famed one.
Could I sell you on Matt Davison, basketball player?
Nice. Who is the guy?
What about Cade McNamara?
Cade McNamara. That's a good
Iowa.
one.
Nice one.
That's a good Hawkeye.
Who was the guy who went to Boys Town and then it was like a Wichita State? He like bounced around and he ended up at Nebraska. Scored a lot of points, but wasn't like a good team player.
Oh God, who was
he was like a part of the COVID era Fred Hoiberg.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name?
Oh my
Our
God.
friend Chris Hetty wrote a real good profile of him.
What was his name?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's killing
Somebody's
me.
got to comment.
It's
in the
killing
YouTube.
me.
Come on. Our YouTube chat's been
He
popping.
didn't he have
Teddy Allen.
Teddy Allen.
Thank you.
Didn't he have a big
Sicilian
game
for-
against Kansas? And then Kansas came back and won.
That sounds about
Teddy
right.
Allen. That would
sounds
be a
about
good one.
That would be.
That would be a good one.
Oh yeah, Juan Soto. That could work. Juan Soto was on the Yankees for one season.
Oh, that's right. You're a Yankees fan now.
My wife is a Yankees fan.
Then why did you say why did you bring up the Yankees?
Because
I didn't
I'm
bring
just-
up a random player for the Eagles.
I'm just naming people.
Interesting.
I'm giving options.
Jay Todd, this is a fresh one. Fresh out of the dumb debates pile. Add to the prep page in honor of Mr. Pocket Taco. What would be the worst pocket food? Spaghetti, soup, fish, etc. could be a future dumb debate. I think we're in the vicinity. So like a pocket taco would be terrible because it's spilling all over the place. But I think wet stuff and stinky stuff is really where you need to like. I think fish might be the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, like, imagine having
a pocket full of shrimpies.
That'd be pretty tasty. But like a pocket full
it would not.
Of salmon, though I don't know, man. Pasta. Is pasta the answer here? I mean, or is soup? I mean, it's just a liquid. If you had vegetable, like
pocket soup,
like a chicken
First of all, you
noodle,
probably burn your thighs.
Oh, that's a
with
good
the
call.
pocket
It's
soup.
a gazpacho. I almost said the other word.
Whoa, Nick, we already hit the under today. Yeah.
Yeah, having Gestapo in your pocket wouldn't be a good idea.
I do not want that. So Nick apparently does.
Yeah, there's
soup might. I think you're on the right track. Like fish would suck. It would be stinky, but I think you might be on the right track. Or like, what if like a fish soup?
Gross.
A clam chowder.
Yes.
Put a clam chowder in your pocket.
Because then you got the smelly cheese. There's cheese in chowder, yeah.
Not usually.
I've never had a chowder. I've heard it's pretty good though. 402 says pocket shrimp Alfredo.
Yeah, pretty messy.
That is, yeah. You got the fish aspect. You got the wet aspect.
Pocket scampi.
Wow. Oh, here we go from the 402. Pocket lutefisk. Lutefisk. That's nasty. That would be nasty. Oh, to answer the previous question, John, about the what was it, the sign or the poster?
Yeah,
or whatever?
the 1 year Husker or 1 year player.
402 texter Kenny Minchie.
Minchie.
They had him for a day. What a great time.
Kenny Minchie. God, I hope there's someone out there. I hope there's one of those message board dorks that got a Kenny Minchie tattoo.
That would be pretty
the
funny.
minute he committed.
I love this guy.
I want to flip the worst pocket food around. What's the best pocket food?
Best pocket food. Man, see, the issue is still going to be there's always like lint and things in your pocket.
It's in your damn pocket.
I've put candy in my pocket before when I've gone downstairs.
But that's like wrap.
I'm not going to. No, I've done like
you've just
Reese's
a
Pieces. just
naked
put 'em-
Reese's in your
throw
pocket.
them in the pocket.
I would argue
put them in my hoodie
no,
pocket.
There
you
is
know?
no good pocket candy unless it's like Jolly Ranchers that are wrapped.
But
What
yeah, that's
about-
the thing. You got to find the stuff that's not in stuff.
Yeah.
What about the stuff? Nice. Like meat sticks. You could just take a meat stick out of a wrapper and put that in your pocket, and that should be fine. I imagine it's slick enough. You're not going to get lint on your meat stick. Lint?
I will make the
Lent or
argument there
lint?
is no good pocket food
On your meat
What about
stick?
tots?
unless you have the
Usually
most
we're
pristine
boxers.
pockets in the world.
Hmm.
You
I
put a
do
hot
not
pocket
want-
in your pocket?
I do not
Somebody-
want your pocket food.
402 said hot pocket with the OG crisper sleeve.
Nice. I
Yeah,
love the crisper sleeve.
Mm. Pocket meatballs, writes Jordan. Empanadas, writes Max. Sunflower seeds while playing baseball. There you go. That's the answer, actually.
Dado asks, what are the best 8 teams to make the College World Series for atmosphere? And he puts in parentheses, number of fans they bring, how crazy those fans are, rivalries, economic impact. Now, everyone's going to say the easy answer is Nebraska.
You're going to be contrarian, boy.
I'm not going to be contrarian. I'm just going to offer this. If Nebraska makes the College World Series, they're locking out every other fan base.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Can we agree that if Nebraska makes the College World Series, good luck to any other team outside of the allotment that those teams getting in for any of those Nebraska games?
There's going to be fist fights between Arkansas fans and
And
Nebraska
you do,
fans.
I mean,
But thankfully, there's still other games.
economic impact. I mean, the hotel rooms, theoretically, they won't have to use as many of those.
But
Now,
that's
they'll
why you
drink
got,
a lot.
But
They'll
you
eat
got
a lot.
7 other teams, so right, you can still economically.
I understand.
impact
That's
the
why.
city.
I'm
going to put Nebraska.
I
in.
almost want to pull Nebraska out only because they could suffocate the other 7 fan bases.
Sad. I'm going to put Nebraska in. LSU is the obvious easy number 2 because they
Really?
always are the.
You think LSU over Arkansas?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. LSU fans.
LSU and Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, we got 8 teams. We got 8 slots here. Yeah, I'd put both of those in. And so what else are we talking about? I mean, like, I don't want to just go with, like, all the Southern teams that travel.
Yeah, but they are, man.
Hell no. Hell no.
I mean, we saw what happened when Mississippi State
Texas,
won.
Tennessee is really fun.
When we saw, Ole Miss. Ole Miss took over the joint.
They were the ones who
Arkansas took over the
Tennessee's
joint.
fans travel very
LSU.
well.
I mean, sadly, the answer is mostly those Southern teams.
I was going to say Creighton, but apparently you don't want your Blue Jays in.
Well, but if you're looking at economic impact, again, the hotel rooms, those types of things.
Max says Iowa, Kansas. There you go, Iowa. Throw Iowa in.
Go
Get a little rival. They travel. They would travel.
They would.
I would be
fun.
very
It's far
curious.
enough away to
I
have to
would
get a
be
hotel
very
room.
curious to see
Excellent point, Nick.
what an Iowa turnout would be for the College World Series because it's not a sport that they follow.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they would come in waves, not Will Wades in waves.
I don't know.
I think they got a good fan base. They travel. They would just all the people would hop on the bandwagon. It's so close. They'd be like, screw it, let's go.
I would be very curious.
Like how a lot of people are gonna, fill up the stadium next week that are just football donors.
Or all the people that went to Oklahoma City to watch Nebraska basketball. I'm sure there was a lot of bandwagon fans that went down there.
Of course.
I would be very curious to see how an Iowa College World Series would look.
Jordan says, what about Arizona State? I mean, in terms of economic impact, they're not going to travel. Wow, so you're just going straight Southern flavor. See, but I'm trying to have a fun balance.
Yeah, but these are the But again, he asked number of fans they bring, how crazy those fans are, rivalries, economic impact.
See, and that's why I said let's bring Creighton in here so Nebraska and Creighton can go at it. We have the rivalry factor. Throw Iowa in, have the rivalry factor, and then let's bring 5 Southern teams and we'll be good to go. Arkansas, LSU, North Carolina. What did you say? Tennessee. I mean, Texas. We got to talk about Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Texas.
They always do a really good job because they have so many fans.
A&M too. A&M brought a lot of
Trev
people up
here
here
for the inevitable Nebraska,
and
Texas,
more ass.
Texas A&M. They're good this year, Nick.
I know.
They're gonna maybe make the College World Series. Pedro writes,
Hi guys.
My real dumb debate question: when you are following a car that does not seem to be following any of the traffic rules, and then they piss you off, when they pull into the parking lot and the person gets out is super old and can barely walk, do you get madder or do you feel bad for getting mad? Excellent question. Sometimes I follow a car and I'm just ultra triggered for how slow they are. And then I pull around them and it's an old lady who can barely see over the steering wheel. And so I have that internal debate. Should I be mad because you can't see over the steering wheel, lady? Get off the road. But also then I feel bad for being mad at an old lady.
I don't feel bad. I've had this stance for a while where after you
They
reach
should be eradicated
a certain age, you should
very
be
Gestapo of you.
in his pocket.
you should be required to take yearly driver's tests.
I agree.
After you reach a certain age.
What is that age?
I don't know. Maybe retire.
55, maybe?
I want to say 60 is a baseline because there are
60.
there
That's
are
it.
old people that can drive really well, but then there's also old people who can't. But then there's young people who drive like poop. So
Well-
maybe everybody should just have to do yearly driving.
Now, that's
tests.
not the actual question, but
Yeah.
the actual answer is yes, it is okay to get mad, but I get mad at the system, which allows for people who probably shouldn't be operating a motor vehicle, Also mad at that person's family for not recognizing that maybe mother shouldn't be driving anymore.
Excellent takes all around.
It is really funny to see small like farm ladies drive big F-150s though. My grandma used to do that.
One Cloud says, what if they have a handicap plate? How mad then? See, a handicap driver, you allowed to be mad?
I mean, you still need to follow the rules of the road.
I agree.
You need to follow. There's laws.
Yes.
That's why we have laws.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we would be a lawless society.
True.
All right, this was another one that I saw on the For You tab, a fine tab on Twitter X.
AI
A
slop.
BYU fan tweeted. Let me see what he said.
What's this one?
We have 5 different options of a popular breakfast: bacon and eggs with coffee.
Okay.
Which are you picking? So there's 5 different levels of cooked bacon.
And you can only do it like in each line?
No. You
you get to pick and choose.
Pick your
Oh,
bacon,
that's easy.
pick your egg, pick your coffee.
Okay.
By the way,
This is pretty easy for me.
A through E on the bacon side goes from less done to more done.
To John Bishop style burnt.
That does not look burnt to me. That
Of
looks
course, I know you're
delicious.
what you're going to be picking.
I'm picking E.
You freak.
For bacon.
Ugh.
That is not burnt. That is
Why
delicious.
do you want it to disintegrate in your mouth? Why do you want
It
Holiday
doesn't
Inn
dis-
bacon?
He picked it up and it's just breaking in his
I'm not
fingers.
eating Holiday Inn
eat
bacon.
it.
If it's done like that, but it's thick cooked bacon, oh man, it's so good. I'm actually taking number 5 on the eggs. I like my eggs over easy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm picking V for the coffee because it's the dark. I like dark coffee.
I'm going C. Nice middle of the road bacon.
Oh, middle of the road, Josh.
I'm
Doesn't
going-
want to offend anybody.
I'm going number 2 because I like scrambled eggs the
Oh, like a kid.
most. And I'm going V. I don't understand. Why are scrambled eggs kids' food, but not other eggs?
I don't know.
Well, scrambled eggs. I mean,
But why?
that's
I
the
know,
way.
but
That's
it's
the way
all
most
eggs.
kids eat eggs
Oh,
because they don't like the yolk.
And I'm going V. Now, Nick, you pick, and I want to ask a follow-up question.
Yep. I'm
oh.
torn between B and C. I do like floppy bacon, but I do also like that middle ground of C. 5 over easy eggs. That's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't drink coffee.
Okay, that's fine.
So T.
Gross.
Just do a
Okay,
black
let's
tea.
make this harder now. It is the lines across because we all picked stuff all over the place, but you can only have one line.
I'm gonna go middle. The middle cooked bacon, poached eggs, and that
coffee is black
that
enough.
coffee is good enough.
That was
for me.
my. Oh wait, that's a poached egg.
Yeah.
Rats. I don't like poached eggs.
What? I don't know if I've ever had a poached egg.
I'm not a huge fan.
I mean, it's basically like an
Is it
over.
just over easy?
It's just
But
it's
boiled?
yeah, but it's still runny yolk.
Oh.
It's what comes on eggs Benedict.
Oh, yeah.
That's a poached egg.
I'll do the middle. That's
See,
fine.
the problem for me is like the coffee on the lower 2 lines is nasty looking. I don't want my coffee to look like that. So
Yeah, I don't
think-
want to drink warm milk.
So I think I'll go with B.
Otherwise, I would have picked the very bottom line, but that looks like warm milk.
Yeah, I'll go with B then. So the lesser cooked bacon, scrambled eggs, and the slightly less black coffee. God, that sucks though. Because man, yeah, I'd rather have the over easy egg, or
Bruh.
even the sunny side up egg, but I don't want it with that bacon.
Brother, this was your question, your version of this question.
I know, and that's why it's fun because it made it harder.
It does and does make it harder.
Mm-hmm. Now maybe I shouldn't even do this as a dumb debate. This is more of a summer topic, but I saw this on Reddit the other day. It was every team's worst moment since 2000 in the NFL. And I thought, so maybe this should just be a topic.
That sounds like topic alert.
It does sound like topic alert. By the way, for our teams, it had your loss to the Patriots the first time in the Super Bowl.
Woof.
For Nick's Dolphins, where the hell is the Dolphins logo? Incognito Bullygate.
Really?
Yep. And then for the Cowboys, the Des Cauditt game, which I thought was very, very fair. Some other local teams, if you're wondering, for the Chiefs, D Ford lining up offsides.
Wouldn't the Romo fumbled it? Because that they would have won that game.
I mean, that game is way more embarrassing.
Even with the Des caught it, there was still like 5
minutes
minutes left,
left.
and Aaron Rodgers had the ball.
Des
and-
Cauditt game makes me sadder. The Romo game, I think, is much more impactful on the future of the
Or what
franchise.
about the Giants game in 09? Or was it
You mean
07?
Yeah, that's a pretty bad one. Yeah, I mean, they win that game, they go to the NFC Championship.
Now there
against the
wasn't like
Packers.
that typical Cowboy
There's not like a moment inside of it.
moment
They
where
just
it's like
lost.
other than Eli just being GOAT.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Des Cauditt makes me sadder, but I mean, you bring up a very good point about that being the worst one. Broncos, the loss to the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Yeah, this is a good topic alert. We can. save
Oh
that for-
no, for the Broncos,
since 2000, what would you
Ravens game easily
go? Man, you make a good argument
because they got crushed by the Seahawks. They had no chance.
Yeah,
But that Ravens game,
yeah,
because that was the year that
Oh,
Peyton.
0.
That was the year that Peyton set the world on fire.
No, that was the year that
Well,
was the Seahawks. That
yeah,
was the
but-
year he set the record.
But he also set the world on fire that
I mean, he
year. They
was
lost
very
to the,
good. Yeah,
the
yeah.
Ravens, and they were so much better than the Ravens.
They were. That was pretty tough. That's pretty tough.
Peter, Mr. Mathematician.
Krenzer. By the way, Schaefer wants to know for his Vikings real fast.
Oh,
before we-
yeah. Ooh.
For the Vikings, because he
Since
texted
what year? Since what year?
2000. He says, "Is it Blair Bountygate drafting JJ?" It is the Brett Favre interception.
Yeah.
in the NFC Championship game.
They could have won that
They
game.
could have won the game.
God, they could have won that game.
Yep. And then they would have. We
I
would have
was
had Brett
so
Favre,
mad.
Peyton Manning Super Bowl. That would have rocked.
Should
Yeah,
we-
you hated those Saints teams.
I've always been
And you were a Brett Favre.
I've always been a Viking sympathizer.
Mm.
If my team couldn't do well, I always rooted for the Vikings because They haven't won in a long time, and I know way too many Viking fans in my life.
Like
and I want to see how many of them would follow through on their act of selling their soul to Satan to finally get the Vikings a Super Bowl.
Should we really quick bring up that thing we talked about off air earlier before Mitch?
Oh, well, I don't know. What does John have?
Yeah.
Peter wants to know, will the streetcar be worth it in the end?
No. Okay, so
So I was looking at the map.
Oh, you're going to make an argument for yes?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because I've always been curious. I still don't understand why this is needed.
Well, she's a part of your party. Go ask her. I don't know. She doesn't even live here anymore.
Call into her show.
I didn't vote for.
You don't live in Omaha.
The only reason they did it is the same reason every other politician does it. They want something to be remembered by.
Well, we're going to remember her.
Yep.
Not for the reasons she wants, though.
Nope.
I get it. It's going to be.
How many miles is it going to go? Is it like downtown to like here?
Well, no,
it's not even going to get up to here.
It's basically CenturyLink to 42nd Street.
I don't understand. I will never understand this. Why don't we have a train from here to Lincoln? That's what we should have.
Mm-hmm.
I want a train.
No, we do. It's an Amtrak.
I know. I want a train. I want a bullet train.
Let's get to Lincoln and back in 15 minutes.
All right, so here's a question we had off the air. We were talking about, I don't know how it came up, but Nick was bringing up how he believes in lizard people.
Okay,
again.
no,
but we started talking about the lizard people.
Yeah, this is when these guys were hitting the pipe.
So what I said was, if that was true, if there were actually lizard people, I just don't know how this affects my life. If you think of the worst politicians that you dislike, and you find out, John, those people actually are lizard people. How does it actually change your life? They're still bad people, but they're not people. They're bad lizards.
I'll tell you how it changes my life. I would instantly go in and turn down the air conditioning in every hall of government, and
I guess it's hard to argue with that.
They would all go, I can't handle it.
The lizards aren't liking cold weather.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how it would affect us. It's like the conspiracy people, like I can hear some conspiracies out. It's like, I understand why that could affect us in a much different way. I understand why the moon landing people are out there. Even if I disagree with them, it makes sense, for why they would believe it. Lizards doesn't affect us.
They're just lizards.
If they're in charge of us and they're running the world, what does it matter if they're a lizard? I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'd be weird, and it would definitely be like, whoa, this is a big deal, but it doesn't change my relationship with them.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we have aliens, but
I mean, all those people that called their least favorite politician a slimy bastard all
They're
these
right.
years, they would have been right the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah,
you're right. I mean, it really doesn't change anything.
Yet, Tay texts in, tread lightly. I think the lizard people conspiracy has some lightly veiled racist roots. It definitely does.
Oh, really?
I'm just not. My point is less congrats to the racists and more
racist to the lizards.
No, racist roots, because it's often people of color that they're like,
oh,
not
really?
a human being. Really?
Every time I've heard about it, it's always been any politician,
Yeah.
regardless of
Usually
race.
the people of color. But my point is less that and more. Again, I just don't know how it affects us. Like the other thing we talked about off air that I said, what if the multiverse is real? How does that affect us?
Mm-hmm.
If you find out, John, tomorrow the multiverse is real, are you changing how you go to work? You're like, well, I can't do prep today. Multiverse.
I'd prank myself on the multiverse. I'd make a good decision here, so they have to make
say
the bad
that
one.
Inception was a stupid movie.
That's not the multiverse, John.
No, it's related.
It explains why maybe you in your tiny brain struggled with Inception because you thought multiverse when you watched Inception.
It was just
that movie's about
movie.
dreaming.
It was
the only
movie.
one of those kind of
movie.
adjacent conspiracies that would affect us is if we are in a computer simulation.
Mm-hmm. Run by lizard people.
Because then it's like, okay, if this is a computer simulation, that means that everything is code.
Yeah, but how
can
does
I crack a code and get my bank account more money to live in the computer?
How does that explain our history?
It's a computer. What do you mean?
Have you never played The Sims or Sim City?
No,
he definitely hasn't.
Civilization.
Yeah, but yeah, you can make history. And
well, they didn't have computers back in 1860.
No,
but the person who had the computer.
Who is the person? Where are they? What are they?
That's why I said this is the only thing that
Outside
actually
of the computer.
I would care about. Yeah, we're in the computer.
Yeah,
John.
we are the computer. We're ones and zeros.
Your history is a computer program.
Mm-hmm.
1860 was a computer program.
See, even then, though, if I did find out that we were in a simulation, it wouldn't affect me either because it's still my experiences.
But again,
it's the same thing as the multiverse. It's like, yeah,
but
sucks,
if you could figure out how to hack the code and get your bank account more money, that's again how it would affect me. But otherwise, yeah, it's like I don't care.
I mean,
most of those big ones, are
you
just
could
like, I don't
hack
care
the
about.
bank account there, or you could hack the server. There's a lot more things you could do just to. I mean, you could improve society all by yourself.
Yeah, I probably
Make
could.
it in the
guess
vision that you have it.
I guess I could do that.
You could actually make the Cowboys good.
Yeah, but that'd be cheating.
I mean, look at every national title winner. They've all been cheaters.
If you want to go a little deeper though on this, think about what the person running the computer would be like doing. Like, man, look at all the famine you've created over the years.
You created Mr. H.
Mr. H. Like that's
designated Hitler.
That's a big yikes. How did that code even happen?
It's like when you play SimCity and you get bored, so you're like, let's just put a tornado through my town and see what happens.
69th and coming tornado. It was a computer program.
I don't know why this reminded me of it, but I was laughing the other day. Josh was out. We were sitting out getting ready for the show. Some Star Wars fan put up a picture of Qui-Gon Jinn and said, what if you learned that the only slave you ever freed was
Star Wars Hitler?
Was Star Wars Hitler?
No.
It's a tough look for Qui-Gon.
He's my favorite Jedi.
Well, he has a real bad judge of character.
Damn it.
That is a real tough
The
look.
only
for him.
slave he ever
cheated at
freed
gambling.
was Star Wars Hitler.
Yeah, it's like I believe in you, child.
Okay, now here's the other thing. Is Vader Star Wars Hitler or Star Wars Himmler? I would argue that Palpatine is actually Hitler.
The point is you freed a really bad person.
Very bad.
It's like, you know what? If we would have kept you as a slave, it wouldn't have been so bad.
By the way, before we go to break, an update from Connor Happer.
Is he moved up to pocket quesadillas?
He writes,
pocket enchiladas
on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. I'm sorry to inform everyone that tonight's first pitch between Creighton and St. John's at the Big East tournament has been pushed back to 7:02 Central Time tonight. So it's still tonight, Nick.
So they only moved it a half an hour.
It's just a half hour later, Nick.
I have to move everything around again.
They moved it a half an hour. That gives Connor an extra half hour to eat
more pocket food.
Pocket food.
Oh, more pocket lutefisk.
Pocket nachos.
Oh my gosh, so messy.
With pocket nachos, does everything go in the same pocket, or do you put the cheese in one pocket and the chips in the other?
Well,
And then-
nachos,
and then-
I
and then
think
you're
you'd have
just
to put
picking
it all
out
in the
chip.
same spot. Now, if you're doing pocket chips and salsa, you got to have the salsa in one pocket and the chips in the other because you have to dip it into the pot.
Well, but you have to dip nachos.
Famously, Mike Schaefer, no, nachos are all covered on. Mike Schaefer explained this to me many years ago. When someone says nachos, they mean the chips and the cheese and all the toppings are on top of it. Whereas you're talking about chips and cheese. Those are different things.
That is not what they call them at the ballpark.
That's
ballpark nachos
that's a
are the
good point.
tray of chips and the cup of cheese.
Take that, Mike Schaefer.
That's how they're called.
Take that, Mike Schaefer.
Pocket Skyline chili.
The baseball game will be in an hour and a half, Nick.
Cool.
Well, that means, hey, you can do as Coach asked. Put Christopher Cross.
Yeah, did you do that?
No.
Put Christopher Cross
We
in
lied
before
to him?
pregame.
No, we didn't lie. Just was waiting.
Okay. Well, let's make sure we get that in there.
Yeah, put it in there.
I believe in you, Nick. You used to be a music director.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know what you did.
I was a music director.
There you go.
You can live your old FM radio life on AM radio.
Awesome.
It is kind of fun.
Coming up in content, we got. There was apparently a basketball game last night. The NFL.
Awesome.
The no longer first place Cubs.
Mm.
Tommy Tuberville.
Whoa. Talking politics?
And the dumbass of the day.
Oh, Tommy Tuberville.
Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. 16:20 the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
We're watching this Arkansas-Tennessee game. Arkansas
Woof.
has already hit 3 home runs, over 1,300 feet of home runs.
Yikes.
They're hitting bombs.
What inning are we in right now?
I think they're in the 3rd or 4th.
Yeesh.
It's 5-0. Hogs.
Yeesh.
Does run rule apply in the conference championships?
We are done with run rules.
Perfect.
Aren't we? We're done with run rules.
Yeah, and I disagree with that, by the way.
You think we should have run rules? But
Yes.
it's the postseason. You want run rules in the College World Series?
Yep.
You just want to go home earlier.
Well, it's not like we get that many blowouts, but come on. I just don't like the inconsistency of the run rule. Well, it's only in effect on Sunday. Oh, it's in effect. No, it's either.
I mean, but we have the
either-
ghost
you
runner in
either
baseball in
have
the
it
regular
or you
season.
don't have it. Well, I don't like that either.
I know, but you understand why they do it in the regular season because they want the games to end faster. Okay.
Content time. A year ago, the Knicks blew a big lead at MSG to the Pacers in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We wondered if they'd be able to overcome the defeat and win the series. They didn't. Last night, the Cavs blew a big lead at MSG in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Will they be able to overcome the defeat and win the series?
Well, it's interesting you asked this question because this was the subject of last night's Eastern Conference podcast.
The East Boys.
Hosted by yours truly. It's the only podcast dedicated.
Co-host again?
We have a
Kugler, right?
We have a rotating set of co-hosts.
Kugler was on last night.
Last night it was Kevin McHale. You know, we
Nice get, John.
we only go with Eastern Conference alums. You played in the Western Conference. We don't want anything to
So
do
if you
with
played
you.
in both the East and the West, you're done with it.
Well, it depends if you were a better player in the East, you get to come on. If you were a better player in the West, get your ass out of here.
Interesting. I like
Don't
it.
want your crap here no more.
Okay.
That's why we don't allow. I can't allow Fred Hoiberg. He played in the West.
He was a West
but
boy.
he coached in the East.
So what answer did you come down to on your pod last night?
I mean, the Cavs are just happy to be here. They'll get beaten 5.
Yeah, they're toast, Nick. Absolutely toast.
How crispy?
As crispy as John's burnt ass food.
Ah.
Oh man, it's falling apart because it's so burnt. That's how I like it.
I love not being able to taste it because it's just crumbled to dust the second it hits my tongue.
You guys got no idea.
We do though. Every
You have
time,
no idea.
every
You
picture
have
of
no
food,
idea.
you're always like that one, and it's always the worst one.
Has the college football transfer portal killed QB competitions? Friend of the program Max Olson asked that in a story today for ESPN. What do you think?
I mean, the evidence definitely seems to back up that, yes, it has. Like, you look at all of these jobs that are available right now. Remember when Nebraska brought in their new quarterback, Anthony Calandria, and we had the audacity to say, yeah, he's going to be their starting quarterback. No, there will be a competition. No. What about TJ Lateef? No, it's not going to be TJ Lateef. It's going to be Calandria.
Yes.
And it's like that at pretty much every one of these schools. There is something about the lack of quarterback development, not from the NFL perspective, because they complain about that a lot too, but from the school perspective, where they rarely have guys waiting in the wings. Remember the old adage of they'll have him for 2 years and then that guy, and then that, like, the succession plans never come to pass anymore.
They don't.
And it's because coaches are afraid to go with the younger, inexperienced player. They would rather have somebody who has played, even if they haven't played at their school.
It's a great synopsis there by Max.
Good job, Max.
And I do wonder how that's going to affect these guys moving forward. Will it make them less? Will they be less challenged as pros? You know, because they've constantly, just said, you get the job, you got the job, you got the job. It's just there's so many angles to this story and how it affects. And you could just look at every other position. You don't even have to look at quarterback, but quarterback's the most important position in sports.
Yours.
So, yeah, it has. It's killed the quarterback competition, and I don't think that is good for the game because competition always makes you better.
The NFL on Tuesday approved the ability to play as many as 10 international, not intentional, they're intentionally international.
Got it.
Games starting in 2027, up from 8 previously. The league also voted to strip teams' ability to protect any home games from international play. Previously, teams could protect 2 games. Is this good or bad for fans?
Well, this is bad for fans here in the States.
Boy!
It's good for fans of, and we've seen this year, the European games are getting more and more attractive, and they're moving important games overseas.
Dallas gave up a home game for the first time ever this year.
I think it is a mistake. I think they've gone too fast, too soon, and pretty soon you're going to be expecting every game that goes overseas to be a great game. And I don't think you can do that. I don't think you need to do that.
Well, and soon there will be 16 weeks of games overseas. When they expand to 18, there will be, starting week 2 all the way to week 17, in my opinion, there will be an international game every single weekend. It'll be breakfast, John's burnt eggs and toast.
I don't burn the eggs.
Oh, my bad.
I like the eggs runny.
Nice. Sometimes I used to burn
Only those
scrambled eggs on accident.
only sickos overcook their eggs and then put it on a burger and think it does anything for them.
I cannot imagine being one of those freaks.
Monsters.
Now that I'm 37.
Thanks to 2 blowout losses, the Cubs have lost first place to the Brewers in NL Central. Will the Cubs see first place again this season?
Yeah, probably in like 3 days. Chill out, John, or Nick, who wrote it.
If they lose tonight, they will not see first place the rest of the year.
Whoa. This is it? This is their last chance?
I think so.
Wow.
This is when the Brewers decide, all right, the rest of you losers go to the curb and watch us do our thing.
Get in, losers.
You know, those plucky Brewers with no talented players, they just win by the sheer will of their existence, as their manager often alleges when he's not faking letters from dead people.
Wait, what did he do?
Oh, you don't remember this? Pat Murphy, the manager of the Brewers last year, faked a letter from the deceased Bob Uecker congratulating the Brewers on winning the division last year.
I forgot about that. That is some sicko's behavior.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Sounds like it.
And he's also trying to convince the world, we don't have any good players. We're just doing this because we're just really plucky and whatever. Shut up and just go win the division. You know you're going to.
Nice.
The Stanley Cup playoffs resume tonight. Did you remember they were happening?
Yeah, there wasn't a game last night. I was sad.
Who do you see winning these 2 series to meet in the Stanley Cup final?
So we got Vegas and the Avs in the West. And then we got John's Canadiens versus the Hurricanes in the East. I'm going to keep leaning into the bit. Go Montreal. I think they're going to finally get it done, and this is very much wish casting. And I'll go with the Colorado Avalanche. Our friend Brett Kane will get to cover another Stanley Cup final.
God, how great would it be if we actually got 2 Stanley Cup finalists from places where the weather actually gets cold?
That would be awesome.
Versus teams from the desert and from the swamps of Florida.
Who would you rather have win, Vegas or Carolina? The whole shebang. Who would you rather have win? Basically, who's your third team on this list? Because I think we both want Montreal to win, and then we'd be okay with the Avs next.
I don't really care.
I'll go Vegas 3. I do not like the Carolina Hurricanes. I can't explain why. I don't really have opinions on hockey.
Is it because they stole the Whalers away from Hartford?
Yes, it is. Put the Whalers back in Hartford. Give
Also,
Hartford
what's
a
up
team.
with your problematic nickname, celebrating monster storms that kill people?
Excellent question, John. I mean,
Woke needs to start coming for mascots and logos that harm people.
Well, what about the Avalanche? You don't want to get killed by an avalanche.
Yep.
Ouch. Cold. Burr.
But then you might get frozen and then get de-thawed like 100 years from now.
You know the Canadiens will be safe because all Canadians ever do is say, sorry, and
That's
would you
true.
like a donut?
Sorry.
Here's a Molson.
Hey, we found a guy named Nick Grimm.
I look like Han Solo? Hell yeah. Senator Tommy Tuberville is one step closer to being Governor Tuberville. The former Auburn coach won the Republican nomination for Alabama governor last night. This time next year, will we be banging the groove for Governor Tuberville?
This is where we would play the drop if it was still in our system because we used to play this drop a lot.
Banging the groove.
Tommy Tuberville's brother, who was
Is that what it was? Brother?
He was a bad musician, did a song
Terrible.
called Banging the Groove.
It was awful, Nick.
Get it on,
Sound
y'all.
good.
It was pretty bad. Oh,
Yeah,
he'll
I
definitely
mean,
win.
he's a Republican in Alabama. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
yeah. There's no question.
So
there.
does this mean he makes the Crimson Tide illegal in the state?
That'd be pretty funny. Sorry, everybody. Auburn is the only school now. But all those Alabama fans that voted for him would feel like really idiots. You don't have a football team anymore.
I can't believe the leopard face eating party ate my face.
Mm-hmm.
Rashee Rice is going to jail. He violated his probation for his role in the third-degree felony racing incident that injured several people in Dallas. The 30-day jail sentence means he misses OTAs and mandatory minicamp. What's going to become of this upstanding citizen?
This dude's an idiot, man.
Yes,
like,
he
because he
is.
got in trouble this time for weed, and obviously, I'm not going to be like, "Oh man, don't smoke marijuana." Like, who cares? But if you know that you're not allowed to do it because you already got in trouble for something else, I am not forgiving of people who are on probation and then they do something else. Especially if, like, the thing that I think that you got originally in trouble for isn't a big deal. It's like, man, all you got to do is, like, stay out of this for a little bit longer.
Well, the fact he even got probation in the first place.
Yeah, because the other thing he did was bad. He's a moron.
Exactly.
He's an absolute pinhead. Idiot, Nick. He could be our dumbass of the day.
He could be our dumbass of the day, but he is not, because
Our dumbass of the day goes to the driver of this oversized Hot Wheels truck who decided that waiting behind somebody yielding to an oncoming state patrolman who had his lights and sirens on was just too much to ask.
this actually happened in West O.
The Nebraska State Patrol says nobody was hurt after a driver failed to yield and turned in front of a Nebraska State trooper. Take a look at the video the Douglas County Sheriff's Office shared on Facebook. You can see that black truck go around the van at the light. That van was waiting for an oncoming state trooper who you see right there, and that trooper couldn't stop or swerve and slammed into the back of the pickup. Nobody ended up.
No one was hurt, thankfully.
You know where I think that was? That looks like our friends out at ACX Cinema 12.
Yeah, I believe it was out there.
What a moron.
So for those of you on the benefit of the radio, so they're at a T intersection, obviously. Cop cars got the sirens on, going, and the guy in the oversized Hot Wheels truck,
who has a very small,
was too impatient, actually drove around
Shit.
a van that was stopped at the intersection to allow the cop car to go through. He goes around the van so he can turn, and he turns right in the path of the police car, which rails in the back of him at probably 60 miles an hour.
What level of trouble is this person in? I mean, you broke a law. It's like you're an idiot for that. But then a cop ran into you. Like, that's like double trouble, is it not?
I would hope
He also did an illegal merge or whatever because he went right to the far lane, which you're technically not supposed to do.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, he
do
made
it.
a lot
I've
of
seen-
mistakes.
I've seen people do it.
I do it all the time.
This guy,
I've seen somebody do it in my car with me behind the wheel.
I hope this guy's punishment is he has to drive a Yugo for the rest of his life.
What's a Yugo?
Yugo was that little tiny. It looked
Like
like,
a smart car?
Looked like a VW Rabbit from. It was made in Yugoslavia. It was one of
Cooler
the
than a smart car,
it-
actually.
It was one of the least reliable vehicles ever
No,
made.
John-
Low power. It was bad.
Better solution.
It's bad.
Make him drive a Pinto because he'll have
Oh.
to. It'll force him to have to drive safer.
That's true. If he'd have been driving a Pinto, he would
I
have
remember.
blown up.
I don't remember those cars, but I've seen those cars in movies before. Yikes. That would be annoying. There's someone in my neighborhood who has a smart car. God, they look like dorks.
Buddy of mine.
Josh out on the lib vehicle.
No, I'm just out on those vehicles. I think having electric cars is the way of the future.
A buddy of mine has a smart car in his neighborhood where they have it lifted with big ass tires on it, and I want to see it every time I go visit. I look for it. Where is it?
What a weirdo.
I love it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We will finish up with what's for dinner.
On a Wednesday, John. It's not Thursday.
I wasn't the one that made the mistake last time.
I know. I did make that mistake. I almost said happy hours on the air.
Tough look for both of you.
16:20 in the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night we had some of the leftover steak cut up and had beef bowls, with some vegetables and rice.
Was it good?
It was good.
Good.
Tonight, it looks like in the crock pot, I thought they were chicken breasts, but on further review, they might have been turkey breasts because there was a carton of turkey broth next to the crock pot.
So what are you having then?
So we might be having a turkey dinner tonight of some kind.
Winner, John.
But it's May, John. You're thinking of 6 months from now when it'll be football season.
I'm thinking of tonight where it's perfectly fine to have turkey dinner in the middle of May.
I don't want turkey
Why
dinner
are
right
you
now.
the way you are?
Yeah, why are you the way you are?
Because I'm cool. I don't know what I'm having tonight. I don't know. We're like almost out of leftovers, which is good. Like, it's nice to actually eat the leftovers. I'll figure it out. I'm on my own. I have no idea. I'll figure it out. I'm sorry. I usually come to What's for Dinner with a nice meal. I got nothing for you tonight, boys.
Paige mentioned wanting to have breakfast sandwiches tonight.
That sounds
bagels.
Nice.
Oh, I'm
We
excited.
do have a little leftover bacon. I was thinking maybe I'll do a breakfast item as well.
Not John's burnt ass bacon.
I have
bacon.
discovered another great use for the air fryer, and it makes a world of difference in having bagels.
Whoa, you cook the bagels in the air fryer?
Yes. I put the bagels. Now, our air fryer, it's one of those Emerald brands, so it's got different things you can bake. So you could do this in an oven too.
Yes.
But for this air fryer, I put the bagel in the air fryer.
Okay.
At 400 degrees for 1 minute. Now, the key is you put it in as it's heating up, right? So it starts from cold. So you put the bagel in, you set it for 1 minute, it preheats, and then once it gets to the temperature, it counts down from 1 minute.
Okay.
So it's probably in there for about 4 minutes.
And you do that instead of the toaster?
And it gives that bagel the perfectly hard exterior while keeping the inside
moist,
nice, and mushy.
Mushy.
It's better than toasting.
Wow.
Also, they're too mushy.
Mushy. This even helps for the very mid store-bought bagels, like the stuff you get at Hy-Vee or Baker's.
The ones that are in the
come in
cold
the bag.
section?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
It actually makes
bagel company or whatever.
It actually makes a difference with those too.
Interesting.
I love bagels.
I do too.
So that's what I've been eating the last few days for breakfast. I've been doing these bagels.
That's awesome. I usually do a banana for breakfast, but we didn't have those this weekend, and so I have started having bagels with peanut butter on them every day.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I love that.
And now
Usually
they've
my
got
post-run food.
And now they've got the cream cheese that's like whipped.
Oh man.
So it's easier to spread.
Give that to me so I can throw it in the trash for you.
Oh, Josh, it's good. You're such a
You're
weirdo.
so weird.
You're such a weirdo.
I'm very normal.
Have some whipped cheese.
I'd rather take it. I would throw it in the street, but that's littering, so I would never do that.
Littering and?
So I'll just throw it in the trash for you. I got you, John. I got you covered. John.
I hope that cream cheese ends up in your pocket.
Oh no, not pocket cream cheese.
Cream cheese. Tomorrow is Thursday, we think.
Maybe.
Or is it Friday?